broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya headquarters. These are our top stories. Moscow attacked Kyiv with a record number of drones and missiles following Trump's phone call with Putin. Meanwhile, the US president tells Zelensky he'll support the country with air defense. Hamas consult other Palestinian groups on the ceasefire deal as Trump awaits their response. And the search continues for 30 missing people after a ferry sinks off the coast of Bali. Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya headquarters. These are our top stories. Moscow attacked Kyiv with a record number of drones and missiles following Trump's phone call with Putin. Meanwhile, the US president tells Zelensky he'll support the country with air defense. Hamas consult other Palestinian groups on the ceasefire deal as Trump awaits their response. And the search continues for 30 missing people after a ferry sinks off the coast of Bali. US President Donald Trump has said he feels disappointed after his telephone call with Russian President Vladimir Putin on Thursday. Following the conversation, Russia hit Kyiv with a record 550 drones and 11 missile strikes overnight. Ukraine's foreign minister has called it one of the worst nights in the capital. President Trump has spoken to Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky today and promised him air defense in the light of the escalating attacks. The Kremlin spokesperson, Dmitry Peskov, has said a diplomatic end to the war currently doesn't appear possible. Take a listen.
Undoubtedly, we pay close attention to all of President Trump's statements. During the call, President Putin repeated that we are interested in achieving our goals in special military operation, and we'd rather do it by political and diplomatic means. But for as long as it does not seem possible, we will continue our special military operation.
We can now cross live to Moscow to speak to our correspondent, Dasha Chernyshova. Dasha, thank you for joining us. Not the most positive message there from the Kremlin in response to the Trump phone call, and no date set for another round of peace talks either.
Well, that's right. We understand that at this stage, the military actions are ongoing, and Moscow has been stressing that in the absence of progress on the diplomatic track, it will continue to achieve its goals militarily, and Moscow will not be given up under any circumstances from achieving the stated goals of Russia's so-called special military operation in Ukraine and eliminating the so-called root causes of this conflict. So the two leaders speaking on Thursday evening, they have been talking about Ukraine Ukraine, with Trump calling for the swift end to this conflict and the Russian president explaining the Russian reasoning. But also Moscow has said that indeed it is preferring to resolve this conflict through the political and diplomatic means. It will continue to look for the negotiated settlement. It is eager to continue direct talks with the Ukrainian side and is hoping to get the agreed date for the third round of talks with Ukraine. But having said that, we are seeing really divergent positions of Ukraine and Russia. The statements coming from the two capitals are also very different. And we understand that in the absence of the progress on these diplomatic tracks, military actions will continue on the Russian territory as well. We have seen 4 people being killed in the Donetsk region after the Ukrainian attack. We have seen the Ukrainian drones attacking the several regions in Russia and in Sergiev Posad, which is just 1 hour drive from the Russian capital. About 50,000 people have experienced the power outage as a result of the falling debris of those Ukrainian drones. 1 woman died in the Rostov region. So military actions are ongoing as sides are yet to make progress on the negotiations table.
1 person has died in Kyiv. 26 others are injured after the biggest overnight aerial attack of the war so far. Russia says these were military targets, Dasha. Can you tell us any more?
Well, that has always been the narrative coming from Moscow, that Russia is not attacking the civilian infrastructure in Ukraine. The targets of Russian attacks are the military-industrial complex objects, and Moscow has once again said, commenting on those attacks in the Kyiv area, that there has been indeed the group strike with the use of Russia's hypersonic Kinjal missiles, air ballistic missiles, as well as high-precision weapons that were used to target the military-industrial complex of Ukraine. Moscow continues to say that this is to achieve the goals of what Russia calls its military operation in Ukraine. And they are saying that as long as Ukraine continues to receive the weapons from the Western countries, Russia will have to eliminate those weapons by such strikes.
And Ukraine has said that some of the debris from the fallen drones were built in China. Is there any truth to this? And has there been any response from Russia or China?
Well, it is really difficult to verify this information. We understand from the Russian side that they are quite unwilling to comment on any of those issues, all the time stressing that Russia has accelerated its military-industrial output and they are producing more weapons that are needed to meet the demand of the operation in Ukraine. But we have seen previously Russia not confirming, not denying the information about the presence of North Korean troops in the Kursk region, and later on this information has been verified and confirmed by both sides. Neither has there been any confirmation from the Russian side with regard to the possible use of other countries' weapons in this operation. So at this stage it is very difficult to say, and we have seen the Chinese side also taking some sort of distance, not supporting Russia's operation but not condemning it or not criticizing it.
And President Trump has spoken to Zelensky today, and he has promised him air defense support after Russia's escalating attacks. How will Moscow react to this support coming from the US?
Well, from the perspective of Moscow, more weapons supplied to Ukraine means the operation will last longer and means that Kyiv is not encouraged to get to the negotiations table with a flexible position, while Moscow continues to insist that its position is very clear. It is going to achieve the stated goals. It is going to eliminate the root causes of this conflict, and any other band-aid solution to this conflict will not be working for the Russian side. So more weapons supplies to Kyiv will only extend this conflict. That's according to the narrative we are hearing from the Kremlin.
Dasha Chonyshova in Moscow, thank you for joining us. Let's continue this discussion with Dr. David Ramadan, a former Republican representative from Virginia and professor of political science at George Mason University. Thank you so much for joining us, Doctor. One of the worst nights so far in terms of Russian strikes on Kyiv. What is your assessment of the latest attack and also Ukraine's ability to now defend themselves?
Thank you for having me, Leigh Ann. It's devastating. I mean, these attacks are unacceptable. The death roll in toll is unacceptable. And Russia has really pushed the envelope at this point. The problem overall, though, is very complicated. We saw President Trump yesterday practically recalibrating the role of America in the Russian-Ukraine war when the Pentagon hit the brakes on key weapons to Ukraine, and especially after that call with Putin, whereby the president wasn't happy at all with Putin's solid stand and not willing to come to the table. However, today's call with Zelensky got better, and therefore the United States is hopefully back engaged. But it's complicated. We're talking about a weapon freeze. We're talking about a humanitarian aid freeze, not just a weapons freeze. We are talking about a political division in Washington. We have the traditional Republicans, the Lindsey Grahams of the world, that are supporting Ukraine 100% and continue to push the president to continue to prioritize American security through Ukraine and towards the negotiating table through force, through weapons, and through full military support for Ukraine. On the other hand, you got the MAGA movement, Trump's base that came in with him and pushed him to the presidency again, that are totally against total military intervention, specifically in Ukraine and Russia, because of this unexplained relationship or feelings towards the Russian that doesn't make any sense to most of us at all. And you've got the global fallout. I mean, you got the shift that reverberates far beyond Washington. Today, our European allies are under pressure. They have increased their part of NATO, but that's not enough, because that's just production and spending in their own countries, having to also put in money towards Ukraine. So all of this is the doing of Putin that is absolutely devastating, not just Ukraine militarily, but this whole new world order that we've all been working on and working through for the last 20 years or so, that Putin decided to just disrupt altogether. Not a good situation and very complicated. And unfortunately, we're going to continue to see a lot of Ukrainians dying. There are a lot of Russians dying as well. But their country started this war, and the Ukrainians are defending themselves.
Doctor, Poland's foreign minister has messaged President Trump on social media today saying Putin is mocking your peace efforts, something that he's come out with. Do you agree with the sentiment? Because you just touched on it there. We saw that phone call between President Putin and President Trump, and then this large-scale drone attack on Kyiv. Is that sentiment correct?
Not necessarily. It is defying and it is challenging the presidency and the power of the United States, represented by Donald J. Trump today. So I wouldn't say that they are making fun, or I can't remember what the exact word that he used, but it is more challenging to the United States. Putin certainly is challenging the United States today, certainly challenging the will of President Trump, certainly challenging how far America is willing to go, and betting on the fact that America will not sustain its support to Ukraine. That's what he is betting on. I don't think that's going to work out for Putin.
Now, what do you have hope for? Is a breakthrough actually possible from the recent telephone conversations between President Trump and Putin, and of course Trump speaking to Zelensky today, which you said almost seemed a little bit more positive? The US president told Zelensky he wants to help with air defense due to Russian attacks. That's according to reports we're getting on that telephone conversation. So is a breakthrough likely in this very complicated situation?
I wouldn't call it a breakthrough, unfortunately, Leigh Ann. I think we may see a continuation again of American support at a lesser level than it was before. Remember, up till this point, the United States were still spending or executing, the administration was executing the spending that was put together by Congress during the previous administration. So there was something like $60 billion that the previous Congress had dedicated for Ukraine. And what we were seeing was the delivery of that money and that weaponry that had been put together in the previous administration. This new Congress, and with the new big, beautiful bill, as supposedly it's called, that passed just yesterday and will be signed today by President Trump, that level of support is not appropriated there. So we're going to see continuous support because America cannot stop supporting Ukraine. However, it may not be at the same level. And this is now the time for Europe to step up so that they can fill in the gap, because the gap is certainly going to exist.
So I want to talk to you about Europe getting involved and filling that gap. Keir Starmer and Emmanuel Macron will be holding a summit in London on Ukraine next week, since the US-led talks have pretty much stalled. Are European allies feeling more pressure to step up and help? Obviously, we saw the NATO defence spending, that's now gone up to 5%. But are these just talks about talks, or is anything concrete actually happening from the European Union and NATO?
We haven't seen much action yet, but I think they're going to need to do so. Again, they were depending mostly on U.S. support and financing the war to a certain extent. But now that the gap is going to exist, they're going to have to step up. It is in their backyard. The European Union is going to be challenged if for some reason Ukraine loses this war, because then Putin will go beyond. They'll go into other European countries, some that may be part of the European Union, certainly NATO members. Poland is certainly a target and on the list. Therefore, there's a list. There's more at risk for Europe today than there is for the U.S. And with the America First agenda of the United States, this is going to be on Europe to move up and do that. The challenge is really balancing strategic interests with moral commitments. How the U.S. chooses to lead or step back will shape not just Ukraine's future here, Leigh Ann, but the credibility of the West as a whole. And what Europe decides to do to fill up that gap will also decide the credibility of the West and credibility of Europe and their strength with or without the United States. Those of us in the United States that are in support of Ukraine will continue to do our best to push. That is the majority of the sentiment of the academic world and the political world and the conservative world and the liberal world, with the exception of the MAGA segment of the Republican Party. That will, in my opinion, ensure continuation of support of Ukraine, however, not to the same levels that we've seen before. And again, I hope that the Europeans step up and fill up that gap.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the Europeans are trying to do their best to keep Donald Trump on side and to step up to that further defense spending. But I just want to ask you a final question, if I can, Doctor. Is this the most powerful Donald Trump has been in his second term as president? After we witnessed that mega bill being passed yesterday, of course, the ceasefire between Israel and Iran that we saw too, and also the potential ceasefire between Israel and Hamas that could possibly be, hopefully, tied up soon?
Most certainly. The Donald Trump version of his second presidency is quite a bit different than the first. One, he's got the majority in Congress in both the House and the Senate, and that's why he was able to push the budget bill, what he calls the big beautiful bill, through, regardless of not a single Democrat voting for it. He's got a cabinet that is fully MAGA, fully Make America Great Again type of individuals that will not and will challenge at all the president, but will absolutely apply and push forward his agendas and his beliefs more than 100% in some cases. They try to overdo him to a certain extent. And he's got the experience of what he went through the first. Look, the first President Trump, or 45, the 45th president at the time, didn't know what he was doing. He was new to policy. He was new to politics. When he won, really, he didn't know that he was going to win. The campaign became, okay, I ran for president, and oops, I made it. I'm in. That has changed over the second time, and he sat outside of the White House for 4 years, preparing of what he wanted to do in his second round. Now, in his second presidency, he is more powerful than ever. And now he is fully exercising or even going beyond the powers of the presidency. And that's what we're seeing with his executive actions, that he is challenging the limits with. Most of those will continue to be executed and applied. Until they are the challenges to those executive orders will make it through the Supreme Court. Some of them will be stopped. We've seen some of them being stopped already because he's truly pushing the limits. He is exercising more power than the traditional limits of the powers of the United States president, of any United States president. Therefore, he is more powerful than he was before, and arguably today more powerful than any other president, because he is pushing the limits through executive orders and pushing beyond those red lines that other presidents had abided by. He's not abiding by.
Dr. David Ramadan, former Republican representative from Virginia and professor of political science at George Mason University. It was great to have your insights. Thank you for joining the show.
Thank you for having me, Leah.
Now, President Trump says he should know Hamas's response to the ceasefire proposal within 24 hours. Earlier this week, the US president said Israel had agreed to the 60-day ceasefire deal with hopes of ending the war within that time. On Friday, Hamas said it was consulting with other Palestinian groups in Gaza on a plan. I'm now joined by Professor John DeBeat, president of the U.S. Palestinian Council in Iowa. Professor, pleasure to have you on the show. Hamas says it's studying the ceasefire proposal. Are you expecting the militant group to respond in the next 24 hours, as President Donald Trump has suggested?
First of all, thanks for having me, Leigh Ann. Yes, indeed, I expect them to respond. I think they are obviously discussing, according to the news, they're discussing details with other Palestinian factions right now, and they will be responding soon or within 24 hours. Let's look and think and talk about what's on the table right now. Basically, according to the news, we learned that we have a 60 days temporary ceasefire, in which during the 60 days, we have different steps and different pieces into this 60 days temporary ceasefire. For example, they are talking about an exchange of hostages and Israeli hostages, and I call them also Palestinian hostages, even though most news media refer to them as prisoners. Because, you know, the Palestinians are locked into the Israeli prison against their will. For being Palestinians. Hence, I call them hostages too. But also, you know, they are talking about providing the Palestinians, especially in Gaza, with more aid and rebuilding of Gaza. They are talking about after 60 days of final negotiations that leads to a final settlement between the two. They are talking about, you know, having this, as I said, a military pause for 60 days in which, during this time, they will be, again, achieving the vision of President Trump for the cessation of hostilities, fights, ceasefire, and all that stuff. Here, at this point, it's important to stop for a second and think about the intention. Is the intention really to have a full and lasting peace? That's one question. The second question is the intention is to be very objective in brokering that ceasefire and that peace, and also consider what Palestinians went through at least the past almost 2 years. So those are very important questions that yet to answer by President Trump.
So, Professor, how weakened is Hamas following the US and Israeli strikes on Iran? And after, as you said, nearly 2 years of war with Israel, what leverage does the group actually have left?
Well, according to the news media, I mean, we're hearing even the Israeli military people or personnel, they are still talking about strong Hamas in Gaza. They are talking about well-organized, over 20,000 militants still fighting. So this is an issue. But at the end of the day, I think Palestinians has their legitimate representative, which is the PLO, the Palestinian Liberation Organization. And the question here is, I wonder why the United States is avoiding the PLO and avoiding to sit down with the Palestinian Liberation Organization and talk long-term peace based on justice with the representative and the legitimate representative of the Palestinian people, whether they are in Palestine or outside Palestine. This is also a question that yet to be answered by the Trump administration. But again, if we go back to history, we know what President Trump did during his first presidency from 2016 to 2020. We know which side he decided to stand and support. So those are also issues that we have to be very cautious. What I would say, trusting the Trump administration when it comes to any Palestinian issues now and in the future.
President Trump will be hosting Netanyahu at the White House. That's happening on Monday. And you mentioned this to me. We know Hamas is seeking guarantees that a new US-backed ceasefire agreement would eventually lead to the war's end. Could we see Israel and the US change their stance on the agreement?
We could. You know, the issue with the President Trump administration is that every day we are hearing something different. There is what I could call, there is no political stability with this administration. So, and that's a major issue for those of us who try to analyze the political scenery. So anything is expected with President Trump. Now, based on the meeting, as you just mentioned on Monday, we're hoping that President Trump will push Netanyahu to accept a full and final ceasefire. You know, the Palestinian people suffered enough already. And we know numbers and statistics are out. We know how many Palestinians got killed and murdered during this, at least the past 2 years. And I think it's time for the Palestinians to live like any other nation, like any other people, in peace that is based on justice, enjoy their homeland, enjoy their independent country, and flourish after that. But we cannot continue to accept the Israeli occupation or military occupation of Palestine and say, okay, well, let's try to put a small Band-Aid on a big wound, thinking that this small Band-Aid going to cover that big wound. It's not going to cover that big wound, and that's why we, the Palestinian people, are looking for a total and comprehensive cessation of hostility against them, and also an independent state where they can live like any other nation in peace and start building their future, their educational system, everything, their economy, everything that any country usually try to achieve as they are rebuilding their nation.
So, Professor, I just want to put the other side to you. So we know the October the 7th attack was carried out by Hamas. It did enter Israel, took Israeli hostages and caused absolute chaos. And this is why we have seen the situation that we're in now. So globally, do you think that support for Israel is now not as strong from those October the 7th attacks after 21 months of war, after aid issues that we've seen within the country? What's the situation and the feeling when it comes to Israel now? Because there was a lot of sympathy after that October the 7th attack, which was carried out by Hamas.
Yes. I have two sets of answers for your question. Number one, the Israeli-Palestinian conflict did not start on October 7th. You know, the Palestinians has been under the military occupation for the past 77 years. Palestinians suffered a lot throughout many years, and the whole world did not lift a finger trying to help the Palestinians in, again, granting them their independence and living as any other nation in peace. That's one piece. The other piece is, yes, in the beginning, we saw that sympathy for the Israelis, but everything started to change when the whole world started witnessing the ethnic cleansing and the genocide that Israel carries on a daily basis against civilians, against kids, against women, against the elderly in Gaza and in the West Bank too. The destruction of the Palestinian cities, roads, buildings, and so on. So when the world started to see the different narratives that they did not witness before, the world started to change. For example, I live in the United States, and I can assure you that right now, the support for Israel is at the lowest rate ever, because again, people through the social media and through reading in the news, the articles in the newspapers and watching the news, they started to see the real Israel. They started to see Israel who is committing a daily genocide against the Palestinian civilians. So there is a very important issue here that the demonstrations, for example, are all over the world. We witness that every day. We hear about it. We see it on TVs every day. Also, you know, what happened in the United States inside the colleges and universities, among the younger generations, and in particular the Democrats, right now almost 55% of those younger generations Democrats are standing with Palestine. Because, and not just standing with Palestine, but also they are protesting. They are going into the streets. They are raising their voice. They are raising the Palestinian flags. They are calling for free Palestine. They are calling for an end of this military occupation. So as the narrative of the Palestinian narrative started to spread around, and as people started to see what's going on in Gaza and West Bank, we started to witness a shift in the way people sees that conflict, and a shift in the way that people started to react to this, genocide and ethnic cleansing against the civilian Palestinians.
Professor, I've spoken to many people from within Israel about the situation, and they would argue that Israel has the right to defend themselves against Hamas and the Iranian proxies within the Middle East. We've seen the Houthis, Hezbollah, Hamas, etc. And they would also say that Hamas are terrorists who are using the Palestinian people as human shields. What do you make of this argument?
Well, obviously, it's a propaganda, and it's a propaganda that is based on lies. You know, the Israelis are trying to find every single way to justify the killing and the ethnic cleansing of the Palestinian civilians. I mean, it's no strange to all of us to say that, for example, from day one, the Israeli defense minister made it very clear that the Palestinians are animals. He made that statement, not the Palestinians, nor the Americans, nor anybody else. And he called for the cutting the water, the food, medicine, and everything on Gaza. This is, according to international law, is basically an ethnic cleansing, is genocide. We know that several countries, including South Africa, decided to go to the ICJ and launch a case of genocide against Israel, and in particular against Netanyahu and his defense minister. We hear every day statements that are totally ugly statements, I call them, from Smotrich and Ben Gvir against the Palestinian population. Now, if they are talking about Gaza and Hamas, but why they are doing a lot of destruction and killing and detention for Palestinians in the West Bank. So in the West Bank, as you know, the Palestinian Authority are in charge with the West Bank. But we are witnessing also a daily incursion against the Palestinian cities in the West Bank, a daily killing and destruction in the West Bank. So basically, the Israelis are free to share their propaganda, but it's up to people all around the world to believe it or not. And as a person who lives in the United States and witnessing firsthand what's going on in the United States, I see that more and more people around the globe and in the United States are now standing with the Palestinians against the Israeli destruction.
Professor John DeBeat, president of the U.S. Palestinian Council in Iowa, thank you for joining us.
My pleasure.
30 people are still missing at sea in Indonesia after a ferry sank off the coast of East Java. 29 people were saved before the search was called off on Thursday after poor visibility. Family members are still waiting for news of their missing loved ones as the search continued today. Camille Nedelec reports.
Desperate for news, but fearful of what it might be.
I had a bad feeling because I called him repeatedly, but he didn't pick up, and that's not like him. Then I called his boss again, and we checked my husband's location with the GPS, but I couldn't see his position, and now his phone is dead.
Dayu Mate Silawati knows her husband was on the ferry that sank in the Bali Strait on Wednesday. She refuses to leave the port until she knows for sure what happened to him.
He's a very good man and husband. We do everything together. I hope he can be found quickly.
Hundreds of rescue workers were searching the sea for bodies and survivors on Friday. Their efforts have been hampered by rain and strong currents. On the second day of searching, hope is dwindling for the dozens of people that are still missing. The vessel sank about halfway through the hour-long journey from Java to Bali. That ferry passage is one of the busiest in the country. The boat was carrying at least 65 people, but in Indonesia it's common for the real number of people on board to differ from the manifest. Survivors say the disaster happened quickly and that the crew did not have time to warn passengers of the danger.
The current was very strong and the waves were large. The ferry swayed side to side. About 30 minutes into the journey, all the cargo trucks tilted to the left. Within 5 minutes, the ferry sank, so we immediately took the life vests and threw them on. There were 2 lifeboats.
Indonesian authorities are investigating the cause of the sinking and have already said that high waves and bad weather could have been a factor. Camille Nedelec, Al Arabiya.
Now here's a reminder of our top stories. Moscow attacked Kyiv with a record number of drones and missiles following Trump's phone call with Putin. Moscow attacked Kyiv again with that record number of drones. And we've also heard that Zelensky and Donald Trump have held a phone call today. Hamas consults other Palestinian groups on the ceasefire deal as Trump awaits their response. And the search continues for 30 missing people after a ferry sinks off the coast of Bali. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and, of course, follow us on X. The rail deal with Tom Burges Watson. Well, that's coming up next, and we'll be back in a couple of hours' time with the best of this week's W News Extra. Goodbye, happy Friday, and thank you for joining us.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome. I'm Rawiya Alami and this is The Dailies, where we take a look at important news stories, reports, analyses and articles published in newspapers and media outlets across the world. News of the House narrowly passing President Trump's sweeping tax bill dominated the front pages of all American newspapers today, with many publishing explainers and analyses on how this bill will affect Americans' lives. Other news, namely the ceasefire negotiations in Gaza, received some attention from global newspapers as optimism spread that a deal might be reached soon, despite no reported breakthroughs yet. We'll start with the Wall Street Journal, which tried to explain how Trump got his big, beautiful bill across the finish line. The report recounts how the bill squeaked through Congress after a dramatic week of late-night negotiations and intense pressure from the White House. Facing resistance from both conservative and moderate Republicans, Trump personally called and met with holdouts, offering executive actions and political assurances to win their support. The report also highlights how the final House vote was razor thin, with just a handful of Republicans joining all Democrats in opposition. The bill extends Trump's 2017 tax cuts, boosts funds for border enforcement, and slashes Medicaid and food aid, while raising the debt ceiling by $5 trillion. The piece also points out that Democrats fiercely opposed the measure, warning it will hurt millions and also increase the deficit. But Trump's influence ensured passage just before the July 4th deadline. The report concludes that the bill's passage cements Trump's grip on the GOP and sets the stage for heated election year battles over its impact. The Washington Post reported on this major story, breaking down how President Trump's massive new bill will impact Americans across all walks of life. The report highlights how seniors will get a new tax deduction but face tougher times finding nursing home care as Medicaid is slashed. Also, families see a bigger child tax credit and a $1,000 baby bond for newborns. But immigrant parents lose access to these benefits. The piece also includes a chart depicting the impact of the bill on different income brackets. As you can see, low-income households keep some tax breaks but lose more in cuts to Medicaid and also food aid, while middle-income families benefit from higher standard deductions and new tax perks, especially in high-tax states. High-income earners get the largest tax cuts, with most savings going to the top, as you can see down here, 20%. Also, Medicaid patients face strict new work and paperwork requirements, risking coverage loss for millions. Tipped workers can now exclude up to $25,000 in tips from taxes, but only in certain jobs. And finally, according to the report, immigrants and college students lose access to key credits and loan forgiveness, making the bill's effects widespread and deeply uneven. Moving on to the New York Times, which highlighted how Democrats see President Trump's sweeping domestic policy bill as a political gift, calling it cruel, fiscally reckless, and deeply unpopular with voters. The report also explains how the bill slashes Medicaid, food aid, and health coverage for millions to pay for extended tax cuts, favoring the wealthy a move Democrats believe will hurt Republicans in next year's midterms. It goes on to say that the party leaders are preparing aggressive ad campaigns and rallies to blame GOP lawmakers for lost benefits and rising hardship, especially in vulnerable districts. Polls show most Americans oppose the bill, and even some Republicans have criticized its harsh cuts. The report concludes that Democrats hope the slash or the backlash will help them win back Congress, uniting their party around a clear message. Republicans own the fallout from this unpopular legislation. The Financial Times examined the dramatic fallout between Elon Musk and President Trump over Trump's new tax and spending bill. The newspaper published a report highlighting that despite Musk donating over $250 million to help elect Trump, the bill threatens to wipe out billions in profits for Tesla by ending key emissions credits and EV tax incentives, which are crucial to the company's bottom line. Musk has publicly blasted the legislation as an abomination, warning it will devastate American jobs and future industries, and has threatened to fund campaigns against lawmakers who support it. Trump, in turn, dismissed Musk's complaints, saying Tesla relies on government subsidies. Now, the report concludes that the feud highlights a growing rift between business leaders and the administration, with major consequences for Tesla, the auto industry, and Republican unity. To the Times now, as after British Chancellor Reeves' emotional moment in Parliament sparked speculation about her future, the newspaper published an analysis spotlighting what it called a carefully managed show of unity between Labour leader Keir Starmer and Chancellor Rachel Reeves. The analysis explains how, following a turbulent week of welfare, reform U-turns and market jitters, Starmer publicly embraced Reeves at an NHS event, praised her work and assured she would remain Chancellor, which helped calm financial markets. Now, the piece also notes that both leaders now appear firmly tied together as they face tough decisions ahead, including likely tax increases and also ongoing fallout from costly policy reversals. The analysis concludes that while some critics remain unconvinced, the staged appearance with Health Secretary West Streeting projected solidarity and strength. In an exclusive report, the Jerusalem Post revealed that Hamas is actively discussing a new US-backed ceasefire proposal with other Palestinian factions and its leadership, with a formal response expected soon. The proposed deal, apparently mediated by Qatar and Egypt, includes a 60-day truce, phased release of Israeli hostages, and the return of Palestinian prisoners. In exchange, Hamas is showing rare flexibility on key issues such as halting weapons smuggling and possibly exiling some leaders, though full disarmament remains uncertain. The report also points out that the US has offered guarantees that negotiations towards a permanent end to the war will continue during the ceasefire. It goes on to say that Israel's Security Cabinet is meeting to discuss the developments, and optimism is growing that a breakthrough could be near, though major challenges remain over Gaza's future, governance, and security. Israel Hayom published a report revealing that US lawmakers have introduced a bipartisan bill to let President Trump supply Israel with advanced B-2 stealth bombers and massive 30,000-pound bunker buster bombs, and that is if Iran restarts its nuclear weapons program. The Bunker Buster Act comes after recent U.S.-Israeli strikes on Iranian nuclear sites, which the U.S. claims severely damaged Iran's capabilities, though experts warn Iran could resume enrichment within months. The report points out that Israel currently lacks the U.S.'s powerful bunker buster bombs, which can penetrate deep underground. The bill would give Israel the tool and training to deter Iran and protect itself if if needed, making a major shift in U.S. policy, as these bombers have never been shared with allies. The report concludes that the move underscores growing U.S.-Israeli security cooperation against Iran. And we'll end with The Guardian, which published the results of the 9th annual survey by the YouGov Institute for the TUI Foundation, which funds projects dedicated especially to youth in Europe. The study was carried out in April and May, sampling 6,700 people between the ages of 16 and 26 in Britain, Germany, France, Spain, Italy, Greece, and Poland. The results revealed growing disillusionment with democracy among young Europeans, especially in France and Spain and Poland, where only about half see it as the best form of government. The report also highlights that support is highest in Germany at 71%. Alarmingly, also 21% of young people would accept authoritarian rule in some situations, and nearly half worry that democracy in their country is at risk. The poll finds that rising political polarization and gender divide, with more young men moving right and women identifying as progressive. The piece points out that support for stricter migration rules has jumped, while fewer young people now put climate action ahead of economic growth. The study concludes that most still want their country to stay in the EU, but many view the bloc as too bureaucratic and not truly democratic. That's it for today. Thanks for watching.
Hello and welcome to The Real Deal, coming to you from the Al Arabiya English headquarters. This is your weekly bulletin, bringing you all the latest business news, headlines and analysis from Saudi Arabia. Coming up, the IMF upgrades Saudi Arabia's 2025 GDP growth forecast by 0.5 percentage point, a further indication of the dividends being paid by the Vision 2030 diversification effort. As the Saudi economy continues to transform, we find out how bold growth ambitions are compatible with net zero goals. In particular, what kind of an opportunity do carbon credits represent for the kingdom? And as the number of top restaurants grows across Saudi Arabia, the prestigious Michelin Guide announces its debut in the country, shining a light on the country's top culinary venues. Hello and welcome to the programme. We begin with the news that the International Monetary Fund has just upgraded its 2025 GDP growth forecast for Saudi Arabia. Well, the new forecast revises growth upwards from 3% to 3.5%. Well, in the context of lower oil prices, this upwards revision is seen as a result of the dividends being paid by Vision 2030. Well, that economic transformation programme aims to wean the kingdom off oil dependence, and it's seen heavy investment in sports, tourism and entertainment, to name but a few sectors. And Saudi Arabia will be hosting several large international events during the coming years, which will require significant spending on construction and development. Well, joining me is Ali Raza, Chief Investment Officer at Haytham & Company, who joins us now from Perth in Australia. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Ali. Great to have you with us. We're talking about an environment in which oil prices are lower, and yet the IMF is predicting stronger growth for Saudi Arabia. How's that being achieved?
Firstly, Tom, I think it's important to acknowledge here, I mean, this is Vision 2030 doing exactly what it was designed to do. To quote your words, wean the Saudi economy off the oil industry. All of the developments that have been underway across the various sectors, the industries, the significant amount of infrastructure spending, the cyclical effect of that is now starting to show through the economy, if not in immediate indicators, at least in the leading indicators. And the IMF upgrade, I think, is a reflection of that. The I mean, as it stands, there's nearly $2 trillion worth of infrastructure projects in the pipeline. And, Saudi Arabia is one of the least indebted countries in the world, with a debt ratio of around 17% to the GDP. So there's a lot of opportunity to borrow further to fund these projects. Now, naturally, of course, as these projects see their way through the cycle, we will see a significant impact on the employment rate. We'll see a significant impact on the income contribution to the region in foreign direct investment. And I mean, we're just really looking at one aspect of the economy or society here. There was a target to attract 100 million tourists by 2024. And last year's by 2030, actually. And last year in 24, Saudi Arabia exceeded that target. And the number is hovering around 115 million tourists at the moment. So when you begin to stack up all of these industrial or sectorial changes and the changes to society, it's no surprise that we are expecting a significant growth in the GDP. And I think the IMF notice is a reflection of that.
Yeah, you just touched on tourism there. I'm wondering what other sectors of the economy are really standing out for you at the moment and that perhaps stood out for the IMF when they made that forecast, that upwards forecast of 3.5% growth for the year.
Well, tourism is an obvious one, and with all of the incredible events coming up from the Asia Cup to the Winter Games to Riyadh Expo 2030, FIFA World Cup, I mean, just between these handful of events, we can expect a significant contribution or boost to a number of related industries in addition to tourism. So that's one aspect of that change. Now, there's also an enormous appetite for development in the mining sector. And, Ma'aden is doing an incredible job at driving this transformation. Non-oil growth sectors, non-oil sectors saw growth of nearly 4.5% plus in the first quarter of 25. Mining was no exception to that. So we saw nearly 5% growth in the mining sector over 2024. There's an estimated $2.5 trillion worth of resources outside of the oil and gas in the mining and resources industry in Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia is estimated to be the fourth largest deposit, or holding the fourth largest deposit of uranium in the world. There's incredible effort around the ICT and tech sector. I mean, Tom, you and I have spoken on a number of occasions recently about all of the development that's taking place in aviation, technology, the recent announcements with Humane. Last year, we saw the establishment of Alat to develop an advanced manufacturing hub. There was an investment in Lenovo, who, has broken ground on their first factory in Saudi Arabia, amongst many others. And all of these sectorial developments coming together, I think that's what's reflecting the change in the future outlook.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed for that, Ali. We'll be crossing back to you in just a moment. Let's get a brief check of some other stories we're following for you now. According to the latest official data, Saudi Arabia's trade surplus has narrowed sharply, with exports down 10.9% year on year, driven by a 21% drop in oil exports. By contrast, non-oil exports increased by nearly 25%, while China remains the leading destination for Saudi exports. The Turkish Energy Ministry says that the Saudi company Aqua Power is set to build 2 large-scale solar power plants in his country. If confirmed, this will be the first concrete step towards investing billions of dollars in the Turkish energy sector. Well, during the past year, Aqua, which is 44% owned by the PIF, has already expanded its solar generation capacity in Malaysia, Indonesia and Uzbekistan. And the average age of CEOs in Saudi Arabia's top publicly listed companies has just fallen to just 47 years of age. That's according to a study conducted by the global consulting firm Korn Ferry. Well, that report says the new generation of chief executives isn't just younger. There are also more locally promoted leaders showing growing confidence in homegrown talent. With each passing week, Saudi Arabia's economy is transforming in line with Vision 2030. At the same time, sustainability is a key pillar of that vision. Well, the country is reducing its dependency on oil revenue and diversifying rapidly. Well, by the year 2060, the kingdom aims to reach net zero emissions. So how are these goals compatible with the Saudi Arabian bold economic growth ambitions? Well, our next guest heads up the first voluntary carbon market company in the region. This Saudi company, VCM, was launched in October 2022 and is 80% owned by the PIF, 20% owned by the Saudi Tadawul Group holding company. Riham Al-Rizi, CEO of VCM, thank you very much indeed for joining us. Could I just start by asking you to tell us very simply, what has VCM achieved since its launch 3 years ago?
Okay, let me start by going at the history of the company. The company was incorporated in 2022, but the real announcement for it was in September 2021 by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia. And he enacted Saudi Tadawul and the Public Investment Fund of Saudi Arabia to look into that project and launch it to be the first pioneering carbon market in our region. So that's the beginning of it. When we looked at the market over here, there was zero demand, zero supply, and zero knowledge about what is a carbon market, voluntary carbon markets. This was our starting point. Today, where we are having 30 corporations from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia subscribing into our market that covers 70% of the total emissions in the kingdom. We have launched back-to-back 3 massive auctions, the largest in the history of the market, and that tells you the size of it. And today we are announcing our agreement with ENWA, which is a landmark agreement. So these are steady steps that we have been going from one auction to the other to establish demand and see the size of the supply and as well building the ecosystem. It's not about agreements. It's not about auctions. It's about an ecosystem in the kingdom. Since our incorporation, there has been a lot of companies that has been set up in the kingdom to support the ecosystem. So all of this, the vibrance behind the market here in the kingdom and the region, this is something that we need to account for as well.
Thanks for that, Riham. Actually, I wanted to ask you about that deal that you just mentioned there, the deal you've signed with ENWA, which, of course, is the energy and water subsidiary of NEOM. Why is that such a significant deal?
Let me explain what is the significance of ENWA first. ENWA is, as you mentioned, the electric and water company or energy company of NEOM, which is the giga project of the kingdom. It has pledged to 100% renewable energy for the grid, for the whole of NEOM. And as well, the largest hydrogen plant, green hydrogen plant in the world will be in ENWA as well. So it's a massive company and with massive activities. And ENWA is so much committed to climate change and managing their emissions. That's why this agreement is a landmark one. It's huge in size because it's 30 million tons between now and 2030, but it also shows the commitment of NEOM to climate change and being green. And it shows our commitment to facilitate and intermediate in such agreements and pushing the kingdom further when it comes to carbon markets.
Okay, so that's probably added some momentum and some interest, has it, to the whole sector?
We've been not pioneering in the kingdom. I dare to say we've been pioneering in our region altogether. So this is a landmark agreement, is setting the tone for our region, and is showing the path for other companies as well.
Okay, I just want to take a step back at this stage, and I wondered if you could give us another real-world example. I noticed that Flynas has signed an agreement with you. Tell us, really for the benefit of people who don't even know what carbon credits are, how do they use in this agreement your services, the services of your company, voluntary carbon credits, to reach carbon neutrality? How does that work?
Well, Flynas participated with us in the launch of the exchange by transacting with us. And that is a huge thing I'm not talking about national air carriers in our region, but I'm talking about budget airlines as well, participating in that, which shows you the importance of that and the commitment. The airline industry is hard to abate sector because they burn energy, fuel, and that is very important for them to lower their emissions. There is the CORSIA scheme, which is a global agreement between the airline industry to reduce their emissions, use different alternative fuels, but that takes time. And hence, using carbon credit offset to lower the emissions of the airlines is very important. We have Saudi Airlines participating with us as well. We had Alpha Star, we had Flynas. So we have all sorts of companies in the airline industry in the kingdom. I would like to mention Saudi Arabia, Saudi Airlines, that they were one of our anchor partners. We had 5 anchor partners. Saudi Airlines was pioneering with us in setting up the market and the ecosystem. So it shows how important it is. I don't know, do you offset your emissions when you fly?
Yes, sometimes I do.
Carbon markets is not only B2B, it's an individual commitment to climate. We depend on companies to offset our emissions, but we have also a commitment as well. And FlyNAS would offer that to their customers to offset their own emissions, which is something very important. And I'm asking all of the passengers to think about their own carbon footprint as well.
Okay, so that's a little bit about how it works. And of course, we are all, well, most people I think are familiar with the concept of offsetting their journey. You've mentioned a couple of different types of client, different profiles. So there's clearly no one typical profile, is there, of a VCM client?
Well, what we started with, and is very important, Tom, when we looked at the ecosystem in the kingdom and the emission sectors in the kingdom, I started by saying we were at zero demand, zero supply here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We looked at the carbon-intensive sectors. We have cement companies participating with us. Cement is a carbon-intensive industry, as we all know. We have the oil and gas companies. We have Aramco as our biggest supporter as well. We have PIF purchasing as well. And one of the things that really made me proud is family offices, private businesses in the kingdom. You had Al Alayan group. And when we asked them why you don't have any commitment globally, they said we are committed to environment over here. We had Abdul Latif Jameel in mobility, and we had Al Zamel group. These are all privately owned companies, but they are committed to the environment, which is very progressive here in the kingdom. So we had family offices, we had private companies, we had companies owned by the PIF, we had Aramco, we had Saudi Airlines. You have a very vibrant economy over here in the kingdom, and accordingly, a lot of companies are committed to reduce their emissions, which is something we're very proud of here.
And you yourself are something of a bridge, aren't you, between the world of oil companies and this new focus of decarbonisation. This, I'm talking about your background in Aramco and, of course, BP, both of which have a heavy focus on oil. Just tell us, how does that help you? What does that help you bring to the table, do you think?
Well, my first exposure to carbon markets was with BP, with environmental products, because we worked a lot with the California market, which is a carbon market as well. This is the exposure. So the oil and gas is highly interactive with the carbon markets. To give you an example, last year Shell has offsetted 15 million tons annually. Aramco, to give another example, Aramco was the incubator of the idea to set up a carbon market in the kingdom. So the oil and gas industry is one of the biggest utilizers of the carbon markets, and hence there's a link between the two markets. Let me step back and explain why carbon markets are very important, if I can. Carbon markets are very important, voluntary carbon markets in specific, because not only they cover a wide range of projects, from tech removals, which is direct air capture, big massive fan, absorbing CO2 from the atmosphere, sequestering under the ground. This is a massive scale project and it costs billions of dollars, to the level of the farmers. So I would say conventional financing, climate financing, go to that big massive level of plants and whatnot. But carbon markets as well reaches communities. I've been going to Kenya and working with women in cook stoves. They burn wood, and it's very unhealthy for women. The amount of deaths that come from cook stoves, from cooking in open fire, was more in any given year is higher than the 3 years that we had COVID in. These projects are reached by the voluntary carbon markets. You reach small communities, you reach the farmers, you do the carbon offset at a big scale like carbon removals. This is why the carbon markets are very important, because the wide spectrum that they cover with that and this and the big scale. And it's very touching to see communities impacted by that. The money that goes and the premium that goes to the farmers themselves to change their farming activities. So this is the importance of carbon market. Mm-hmm. Let me say another thing. The size of the market we're talking about right now is $2 billion. The size by 2030, we're talking about $35 billion. Is that enough? Absolutely. Absolutely not. We need more investments to go through that. We need more pioneering companies such as ours to go into that. And let me tell you why. According to the OECD, by 2030, if we were to reach the 2050, 1.5 degrees Celsius, by 2030, the world economy should spend $7.5 trillion on climate finance. Currently, in 2023, the spend was $1.5 trillion. Is that enough? No. We need to use every tool, be it carbon market, carbon tax, compliance market, every tool to accelerate. And carbon markets are very important because not only they cover large scales, but also communities. That's very difficult to penetrate into them. So this is the importance of carbon market for me.
Okay, sure. Yeah, I actually wanted to ask you about something that's going to happen in the year 2030. Lots of things happening in 2030, of course, but one of them is a goal you've actually set yourselves, which is to offset enough carbon to be able to reforest an area the size of Germany. I mean, that is huge. How are you going to do that? How are you doing with regards to meeting that target as well?
This target is very proportional with the emissions that come from our region. We're talking about the Middle East and North Africa. And this is a fair share of our contribution to emissions, relevance to the world. What we're calling for is to scale the carbon market to be able to offset a fair share of our emissions globally through carbon markets, which reaches, as I said, different scale of projects. And it's a very important for us is not to only to pioneer here in the kingdom, but to go beyond the kingdom and lead in the region, which is why, for instance, we went to the Arab Federation of Exchanges last month in Tunis, and we launched a small size auction to make sure that we interconnect with different exchanges within our region and to increase the liquidity pool for our market. This is why, and it was very well received, not only from the different exchanges, from Tunis to Morocco to United Arab Emirates, it was very well received, but also from the Nigerians, from the African exchanges who came to us afterwards, and we were talking about connectivity, interconnection, having one order book, which increases the size of the market and increases the liquidity, is very important to us.
Now, you've touched on this already, but I'd just like to clarify for the benefit of our viewers, really. Why would a company choose to buy voluntary carbon credits instead of just reducing emissions? What's the motivation to participate in the VCM?
Well, I mean, companies have different... In our region, what we have seen, there are companies who are very advanced in their journey with decarbonization. And there are companies who are at the beginning of the journey, and we help both. What we have in the company, we have advisory services that help companies measure their emissions and have their decarbonization curves, and then use carbon credit offset as a complementary tool. What we look for is if we offset only 5% of any plant's emissions, that's a huge deal for us, and it's a huge deal for the other side, which is the projects that they are financing. Let us not forget that carbon credit offset is a tool, is a revenue for those projects that are uneconomic without carbon credit offset as a financing tool for them. So what we do is we talk to companies who are advanced, like the likes of Aramco. They know what they want. They know how to decarbonize their operations. They have their commitments to net zero by 2050. They have interim commitment by 2035. So they have different commitments to reduce their emissions. And they use carbon credit offset as a complementary tool to their decarbonization of their operations, be it electricity, be it energy efficiency, and on top of it, carbon credit offset. And there are those other companies that we are helping with our advisory services to see how they can reduce their emissions. Some people think that climate finance is extra burden. I see it as an opportunity. We have to have jobs that comes around climate finance, training and job openings that comes with carbon accounting. These are all job opportunities that is out there. So there's always economic opportunity. energy efficiency. It's reducing your electricity bill. It's reducing your energy bill. So there's a lot of things that comes out of reducing your emissions that is very effective for companies. And this is something. And also, we need to understand that there are shareholders who push their companies to reduce their emissions. There is financing needs that credit ratings with the financing needs come from how much you are committed to climate and environment. So there's a lot of different forces that pushing the companies to go that direction as well.
Okay, and Riham, just briefly, carbon credits are Sharia compliant assets, aren't they? Just talk us through that, because that's really significant, isn't it, in this particular region?
If I were to say something, if we talk about climate finance and Islamic finance and the intersection between them, I would claim that this is the might of Saudi Arabia, because we are the one who innovated that. When we started working, as I said at the beginning, when we looked at the different sectors in the kingdom and we looked at the banking sector, we said, what can we do with the banking sector over here? We can offset their electricity bills, but can we go a further step? If you look at the Islamic finance size here in the kingdom, we're talking about $500 billion a year. This is a huge size for carbon markets altogether. And what are the pillars of Islamic finance? They use commodities as a backing for the transactions. So they use gold, steel, and rice. We thought, why not using carbon credit offset as a commodity backing? And by that, we channel funds to the carbon market. So we started by the Islamic Development Bank, and we got fatwa. We supported them and we worked with them in getting a fatwa from the Sharia Council to make the carbon credit offset as a backing commodity for Islamic finance. We succeeded in that. And we're very proud of that because this is financial innovation. This is the first in the world, the first fatwa, and it was powered by us in terms of technical and whatnot. And it was approved for Murabaha. And afterwards, we took it to the SMB, we took it to SAP, and we are working on launching our services when it comes to that. I think next year, we're working on the blueprint and we would connect directly to the banks so that if someone go and have a mortgage from a bank, rather than having it backed by rice, having it backed by carbon credit offset, and this is an Islamic pillar, you benefit all people. You benefit the climate, you benefit the globe. And this is so much matching with the concept of Islamic finance.
Okay, and just lastly, I mean, are you seeing at a global level perhaps less interest in decarbonising? When you think, for example, about what's happening in the United States and you think about slogans like drill, baby, drill, I mean, does that mean less enthusiasm towards decarbonisation compared to, say, a year or 2 years ago?
I really like the question, Tom, and thank you for asking it. No, on the contrary, I see more companies committing. To give you an example, I'll talk about the carbon market and I'll talk about the oil and gas industry as well. For the carbon market, this May was the highest, 70% high retirement versus last year. Retirement is when you offset against your activities. So 70% increase year on year. That's a strong signal from the market, from the carbon market. If we look at the oil and gas industry, none of them have changed any of their commitments towards the climate. We still have Aramco active with us. We've seen all of the oil and gas industry, including in the US, still committed to climate, haven't changed in any of their commitments, and still active in the carbon market. So I would say for any company, I mean, geopolitics change, but the climate commitment is still there, valid, and you cannot change your strategy and planning by the change of different geopolitical changes, because it could swing the other way around as well. What are you going to do? So I'm still confident around ESG. I'm still confident about the climate. This is not a problem for companies. It's a problem for us as individuals. It's a problem for the whole globe. It's ecosystems. It's farming. It's animals. It's everybody who's living on this planet. So nothing should change. We should go steadfast momentum on what we need to achieve, and we're way, way behind. So hopefully we'll continue the momentum.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed. Riham El-Ghizi, the CEO of VCM, thank you very much indeed for your time today.
Thank you, Tom. Really appreciate it. And having this opportunity was really good. Thank you very much.
Thanks again, Riham. Well, let's stay with this theme of sustainability. We're going to talk now to Håkan Agneval, who is the president and the CEO of the Finnish company Wärtsilä Corporation, which has had a presence in Saudi Arabia for nearly 4 decades. Well, in addition to supporting decarbonisation efforts, the company manufactures and services power sources, as well as other equipment in the marine and energy sectors. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Mr. Agneval. Can I just start by asking you to give us a sense of what it actually means when you say providing power solutions for the energy and marine sectors? What does that actually mean?
So we are building power plants, and we use those power plants for big vessels and for generating electricity on land as well.
Okay, give us an example, if you don't mind, of a typical client, a typical scenario in which you provide those services.
So if you have a big LNG carrier or a big cruise vessel, they normally use our engines to generate the energy that they need to propel themselves and to take care of the load and loading of the cargo, deloading of the cargo. So that's on the marine side. And on the energy side, we build power plants that generate electricity for utilities, electricity that we use for air conditioning, for industrial processes, and to make a cup of tea.
Okay, well, I've seen that you've got a global presence, all over the place, all over the world. You employ about 18,000 people internationally. What sort of a presence have you got in Saudi Arabia?
We have about 200 Wärtsilä colleagues in Saudi. We've been in the country for decades. Saudi is very important for us, both on the energy side and the marine side. We all know marine industry very important for Saudi's economy. Also, future aspirations to develop the marine industry in Saudi. And on the energy side, we provide energy to quite a few, you could say, industrial complexes in Saudi.
All right, so as you say, Saudi Arabia, an important market for you. Are you able to perhaps tell us what it represents in terms of percentage of revenue?
We are a publicly listed company. We don't disclose those details.
All right, well, Wärtsilä prides itself on fitting into Saudi Arabia's Vision 2030. Can you explain how you see yourself fitting into that vision then?
So we see Saudi taking a progressive stance on the future development, of course, of the country, but also the role that Saudi wants to play in the global economy. And there is so much transformation going on in Saudi. From our side, we note the marine aspirations, and we also note the aspirations to have 50% of electricity actually generated by renewables by 2030. Now, renewables are great, but you need balancing power, thermal balancing power, to make sure that the systems stay stable when you have such a big amount of renewables, because the renewables, they can vary a bit over time, depending on daylight, depending on weather. And then you really need the balancing power fueled by gas primarily, to make sure the system stays stable.
All right, so that takes us up to the year 2030. And then there's this next ambition, which is net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2060. How do you see yourself and your company being part of that journey?
To achieve such an ambition, you need to gradually introduce green fuels on the marine side. We are talking fuels like biofuels, methanol, ammonia. And this is where we are a technology leader, providing engines that can be used with these new fuels for the marine side. And then if you want to do the transition on the energy side, it is very much related to renewables and also using green fuels like ammonia, like hydrogen to provide the balancing power.
Okay, so when it comes to your operations in Saudi Arabia, which bodies, which organizations are you working with most closely to realize those ambitions?
So we are working with marine customers, marine operators, ship owners, ship operators, And on the energy side, we work together with big industries, with big power demands that build our own power generation.
Okay, let me ask you this. What are your overall observations of the Saudi market? And tell us what you think makes it distinctive and attractive.
So with Saudi's aspirations for the future, and I think with the vision that has been set, and also the significant investments that are being made, all those investments will need more energy, whether it's on land or at sea, and as we deliver some of the major energy solutions. And that's why we think Saudi is so exciting.
Okay, and can you give us a couple of examples of maybe some projects you're working on or perhaps working with?
No, so we just recently, for instance, launched our carbon capture solution on the marine side. So basically, today, a lot of the existing fleets are fueled by fossil fuel. I mean, by either by heavy fuel oil or by gas. And you need to find a journey how to decarbonize step by step the fleet. And here, capturing the carbon that the fuels are leading to, capturing the carbon in the exhaust, storing it, and then either pumping it back where it came from or using it as a raw material in a chemical processes, maybe producing synthetical fuels. This is a very interesting avenue in the decarbonization of marine. And here we are now, we have a commercial offering, we just launched it. So it's a technology that is working as we speak. Now, our message is that going green is not black or white. There are no single simple solutions. There is not a silver bullet. We need to lever different technologies, different fuels, different technical solutions, different energy saving devices to embark and continue on this journey. And we also need to acknowledge that we are looking for a future that is, of course, environmentally sustainable, but the transition needs to also be financially viable. And the transition will take time. It will take decades. The positive thing is that it has started, and the positive thing is that most of the major technologies that we need to make the transition, they're already here. And now it's about deploying those technology. And Saudi, with its aspirational agenda, certainly can have a key role here to play. I mean, for instance, production of green fuels with abundant availability of sun. You know, I think Saudi is in a very good position to produce some of the green fuels because you use the energy from the sun to produce the fuels.
Could I ask you to perhaps reflect on how you've seen the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia changing over the course of the years? Of course, you've been in this industry for a number of years. Tell us about those changes.
I think establishing a vision for the country, you know, going down a progressive avenue, investing in new technology, broadening the economy. I think there is a lot of exciting things happening in Saudi right now.
Okay, and obviously everything you've just described isn't purely relevant to the Saudi context, is it? I mean, all of that is relevant to the broader global context. Are you seeing enthusiasm, for example, for carbon capture around the world sort of growing, or have you seen perhaps with the change of administration in Washington, less appetite for this kind of technology?
No, I always encourage us to take a step back. Well, when we kind of assess what trajectory is the world on the decarbonization, decarbonization path. And if you look at it and you zoom out, you see that there are more investments going into renewables. There are more investments going into alternative ways to produce energy than ever before. Of course, it could be argued that the transition needs to go faster, but I would say it's accelerating and there is more things happening than ever before. Now, for instance, if we take the US, yes, offshore wind will probably be halted or paused. But if you look on onshore wind and solar, it's really accelerating in the US based on the very simple, understanding of that we need affordable energy. And that's why I think that we will see some technologies stopping or halting, whereas other technologies will actually continue to accelerate. Also in the current, you could say, geopolitical context, but also context of different governance view on decarbonization going forward.
Yeah, and in the last couple of weeks or months, you've had a couple of exciting announcements to make. One in particular with regards to carbon capture, something of a world first, it was described as. Could you just tell us what that was and what was so significant about it?
So it's actually the world's first of introducing carbon capture on the marine side. Carbon capture has been used and has been around on land for quite some time. But now this is the first major technology that is energy efficient in the marine side. And this is a big step, important step on the marine side. Why? We have about 100,000 large vessels out there, and they are primarily running on heavy fuel oil or marine oil, which is highly carbon intensive. And of course, those we need to find a pathway for those vessels. And here, being able to capture the carbon and store it and recycle it, it's likely to be a major retrofit solution to help ship owners not be stuck with stranded assets, so to say, in the regulatory context that is evolving.
Okay, just lastly, I wanted to ask you very quickly whether tariffs have had any particular impact on Wärtsilä.
So tariffs in general, if we start looking at on the marine side, a lot of the shipbuilding, a lot of the ship ownership is not US centric, so to say. So far, we have seen limited direct impact on the tariffs. There might be, of course, indirect impact if the world economy slows down as a consequence of the tariffs, but limited direct impact so far. If we look at the energy side, yes, we are exporting from Europe. So right now we are facing tariffs, but the demand for energy solutions in the US is very strong now. So we still see the business evolving. So to sum it up, the overall impact so far is rather limited.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed for joining us. Håkan Agnevall, the president and the CEO of the Finnish company Wärtsilä Corporation. Thank you very much indeed to you. Let's find out more now about decarbonisation and sustainability efforts both in Saudi Arabia and across the region. We can speak to the head of the Middle East and Africa region at Everlance, which has had a long-standing presence in the Middle East. Gabi Hanna, thank you very much indeed for joining us. Everlance is a company committed to global decarbonisation and sustainable energy solutions. The company used to be called MAN Energy Solutions, or MAN, and we'll talk more about your rebranding in just a moment. But let's start by talking about your activities. Shipping, energy, industry, those are some of the sectors you're involved in. And for people who don't know, tell us, what are your main activities in Saudi Arabia?
Okay, our main activities in Saudi Arabia center around turbo machinery for the oil and gas and petrochemical industries, as well as power plants using our gas engines. We also have a workshop in Jeddah. We have an office in Al Khubar, and we've been in the kingdom for since 1957, doing work there. But our main business is oil and gas, service, power plants, and some propulsion on the marine, on the ships service that is done by our workshop in Jeddah.
Okay, Gabi. I mean, I love your company's motto, which is moving big things to zero. That's the motto. And there are, of course, lots of big things in Saudi Arabia. There's the port, the King Abdullah port. There's the Red Sea project. Lots of other Vision 2030 initiatives. What's your assessment of the kingdom's progress when it comes to that journey towards net zero?
In one word, it's brilliant. The kingdom is leading the region in their initiative on reducing carbon footprint. They have introduced a law a couple of years ago whereby every new plant has to have some carbon capture within its systems. We are currently, or we just finished a big project on carbon capture in the kingdom called Osmaniya Hawiya. And there are many other projects that we are working on in the kingdom, on that. But a lot of the things that people don't know about is that they always think of oil and gas production or manufacturing of petrochemicals as the main reason for, emissions and carbon. In reality, there is one big culprit that causes 12% of carbon emissions into the atmosphere, and that is the cement industry, believe it or not. So there's still a lot of work that needs to be done on regulating cement industry and making sure that carbon capture facilities are put, onto those plants as such. Having said that, Saudi Arabia is leading the region. We are currently working on 3 more projects. We've just executed one, and there's more to come. And this is a very important so-called leadership move within the Middle East and within the Gulf. Because Saudi is what we consider is the big brother, and everybody follows normally what Saudi does. And they have taken the initiative of reducing CO2, and this is, as you said, part of our motto, reducing big things to zero. We are talking here about carbon capture. Carbon capture is so important to us that we at Everlands have spun off a department from our turbo machinery or industries, and we made it a pillar of our, business. And it is a purely department for carbon capture projects dedicated only for such things. And we feel the region, with all its oil and gas and petrochemical industries and cement industries, is just the perfect region for expansion or for growth among other regions in the world.
Okay, Gabi, I mean, you've just said there in your answer that Saudi Arabia is leading in the region. When you say that, how far ahead are we talking? How far ahead is Saudi Arabia?
Well, what is most important in such a thing is that when you do a project and you want to introduce carbon capture, there's an increase in capex. And a lot of companies, sometimes, they put those projects on the back burner because they have to meet such regulations. So what is most important in any country and every country or every new industry that is introduced to the world is to have laws and regulations and incentives. And the Saudi government has gone a long way in introducing these laws and these incentives to companies that want to do new projects. And they make them, we didn't say force them, but they give them an incentive to do a carbon capture facility within the new project. And that is what Saudi has done more than any other country around.
Okay, and Gabi, just continuing our conversation about sort of the broader region. I mean, you know this region very well. You've been telling us that Everlands has been present in Saudi Arabia since the 1950s. What changes in attitude have you noticed with regards to decarbonisation, sustainability, that sort of thing in the region, and in particular in Saudi Arabia?
Well, such things, feeling good about the environment or, caring for Mother Earth is a way of life. So it's not something that goes from top to bottom. It's something that goes from bottom to top. And people have to understand that we have to protect Mother Earth. And in doing so, when you have a government regulating laws, when you have a government introducing incentives, then it becomes, as I said, part of life. And people are more aware of the environment, more aware of how to think on how to cause less damage to the environment, etc. And that's it's a slow, progressive, issue. I must admit that in our part of the world, we are still lagging behind, places like Australia or even Europe. But we are, getting there because we have to meet, some stringent regulations that are being introduced everywhere. And again, Saudi is leading, the initiative. And for instance, in the NEOM project, we introduced, I think, 110 megawatt power plant that is engines being run on biofuel. It cannot get more environmentally friendly than that. So that's zero emissions, zero carbon emissions. And their NEOM had paid the extra money, the extra cent, to put an environmentally friendly power plant compared to other nations, for instance. So that's a very good example on how the mindset is being changed.
Okay, great to hear that attitudes are changing. And just lastly, things are changing for you, aren't they, at Everlance? Because you were called MAN Energy Solutions, MAN, now Everlance, which is, of course, part of the Volkswagen Group. What's the story behind your rebrand, Gabby?
The name is coming from two words, ever, which is the first ever. MAN is very well known for the first ever machines, the first ever diesel engine, the first ever subsea compressor, the largest CO2 carbon capture 10-stage compressor, the first fuel heat pump, the first gas engine run ship, and so on and so forth. These were the first ever, and we are proud of our heritage. So ever was the first name. And then the lens comes from the word excellence, which is, of course, our machines are considered to be one of the best machines in the world. So, and now we are making them more environmentally friendly. We have very stringent targets to achieve, zero carbon emissions in our factories by 2030 or 2035. I can't remember when, but we are all in the mindset of moving big things to zero. And I think this is a fantastic sentence that we always use. So that is the reason mainly for the name change. And I think it grows on you, coming from a metal cutting company, heavy mechanical engineering, manufacturing, etc. And with the name, the old-fashioned name, MAN, Machine and Fabric, Augsburg and Nuremberg. And then we come to Everlance, which is a more friendly, more flowing sound. I think it's, change is the only constant. And we are changing always. For the better, of course.
All right, well, that's great to hear. Thank you very much indeed. Gabby Hanna, the head of the Middle East and Africa region, Everlance. Thank you very much indeed for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Tom. Cheers.
Well, we're still here with Ali Reza, who's standing by, who's been listening in with us. Ali, I just want to turn back to you and ask you, you've got these two sort of almost contradictory goals here, net zero by 2060, and of course these bold growth ambitions. How are these two goals compatible, do you think?
Well, Tom, I think it's in this sort of discussion, it's important to track back a couple of years, perhaps. The discussion around green energy investments or climate or net zero ambitions is not a new one. This discussion has been going on for some time. It's been very interesting to see the change in dynamic or the meta around this type of conversation, particularly so. If we go back a few years, if you spend time in private capital, climate funds were all the rage, and we're still seeing a number of climate funds being raised. But as of late, we're hearing a different sentiment. Now you raise a climate fund, but investors also want to know what is the alpha here? What is the yield at the end of this? We want to pursue social ambitions. We want to do good for the world, but we also want to protect our returns. Now, this is in a private capital context. Of course, the discussion we're having is more about societal good and the public transformation that's taking place in Saudi Arabia. So, look, net zero or sustainability, it needs to be less of a cost center. It cannot be a cost center forever. It is to much extent right now, but it cannot be a cost center forever. It is a game of arbitrage. And, I'll land on that point, particularly for a moment, given the interview earlier on with the CEO of VCM. Carbon credits help organizations meet their responsibilities and their obligations towards their ESG targets. But we have to acknowledge, actually, they're financial instruments as well. So, earlier the CEO spoke very clearly about the positive impacts to society and industry, and also how it supports the ESG ambitions. But this is a vehicle for financing projects, right? In Saudi Arabia, there's enormous effort towards hydrogen production and use. Now, hydrogen, for anyone in the energy industry knows, is not very viable right now, exactly as it stands, but that does not mean it is not offering viable cases. Should we not invest in it? Should we take a bit more time? There is a balancing question here, but carbon credits are one of the instruments that enable the financing of projects and efforts, whether they be ambitious like hydrogen or just sheer reappropriation of interest within current organizations. So the answer, Tom, is really, there's a careful balance required here. I think, as always, I'm very fascinated and hopeful about the strategy that's being employed by Saudi Arabia in this effect. There's a very clear intention towards the value chain around energy and industry, and particularly the carbon neutral ambitions. And it'll be interesting to see how this pans out in the coming years.
Okay, so let's talk about how significant an opportunity carbon credits are from a business perspective. And why do you think particularly so in Saudi Arabia?
Well, the carbon credits market is estimated, there's varying estimates, but the carbon credits market is estimated to go up to $250 billion in the next 2 decades or so. And, a significant portion of that we'll probably realize a significant portion by 2030 and beyond. With a change in attitude towards net zero ambitions and carbon neutral activities across the globe, there's a natural push towards such a model. Now, at the moment, a lot of the carbon credits that are being purchased are under a voluntary scheme, and Saudi Arabia is in the process of developing a stronger regulatory environment. In Europe, we're seeing the introduction of the next phase of the CBAM regulations, which will require, if we just take Europe as one region, anyone exporting into Europe will be subject to a lot of the regulations under CBAM to purchase credits. Now, one of the, we could say one of the bottlenecks perhaps right now of the current carbon credits market in Saudi Arabia is that we don't have a reciprocal agreement with, say, the likes of Europe. But come tomorrow, if a sound regulatory environment was to be established and this relationship is created, there is a reciprocal system, you could see enormous impact to all of the trade that is flowing into these regions, which are subjecting carbon regulations. So, given that Saudi Arabia intends or hopes to be an export economy with such widespread industrial development, Saudi Arabia being planted right in between the middle of 3 continents, Europe, Asia, and Africa. We extrapolate the current state of carbon ambitions and how corporations are addressing this and reacting to this. And, the world's willingness to do business with those that are following these guidelines, extrapolate this over the next 10 to 20 years. And I would argue that it's going to be a considerable value proposition if we can develop this industry now.
Okay, thanks for that, Ali. We'll be checking back in with you in just a moment. As we approach the end of this program, let's talk about a couple of lighter stories we've picked out for you. And as the number of internationally renowned restaurants in Saudi Arabia continues to grow, I suppose it was just a matter of time, wasn't it, before the prestigious Michelin food guide set its sights on the kingdom. Well, the list of restaurants recommended by Michelin will be released in phases late this year, starting with a focus on Riyadh and Jeddah, but also including places like Khobar and Alula. Launched in the year 1900, I should say, Michelin guides have 5 criteria and a secretive team of anonymous inspectors who assess the quality of a venue. Staying with food, starting on Tuesday, the 1st of July, new rules regarding restaurant meals will take effect across the kingdom. The Saudi Food and Drug Authority is implementing these rules with a view to making food healthier and safer. Well, with that in mind, outlets will be required to display the calorie count, fat, sugar and sodium content, as well as information about allergens. Well, all of that goes hand in hand with efforts to tackle diabetes, heart disease and obesity. And finally, the Saudi capital, which is home to more than 8 million residents, has seen some pretty dramatic changes in its skyline in recent years. For people who haven't been to Riyadh, well, towering over the city is the iconic pyramid-shaped tower, which is called the Faisaliya Tower. The 267-metre-high tower was one of the first skyscrapers to redefine the urban landscape. Then there's, of course, the Kingdom Centre, which towers about 300 metres above the city, one of the city's most recognisable structures as well. But despite all the rapid modernisation, the city is actually a blend of innovation and heritage. And there you can see some of the tall, iconic buildings that are visible and recognisable on the skyline of the capital, Riyadh. I just want to ask you, Ali, and bring you back into the conversation quickly. I mean, as Riyadh continues to change, I mean, I'm assuming it's changed enormously, hasn't it, since you first went there?
Of course, without question. I mean, for newcomers to Riyadh, one of the first things you notice is that the city is quite spread out. Depending on where we've spent our lives, we sort of look for the city centres or hubs. Riyadh is unique in that it's quite spread out. And the skyline, when we talk skyline, we often think towers. Earlier, you mentioned the iconic Kingdom Tower, which everyone knows as a centerpiece of the Riyadh skyline. But that's now joined by a number of buildings, particularly with the establishment of King Abdullah Financial District, which we have to acknowledge a few short years ago did not exist. Right now, it's home to PIF and a number of large institutions, and really turning into a thriving professional and cultural hub. But if I must pick any particular area that I would like to spend most of my time, Diriyah, I think, is by far one of the most beautiful places to visit. And similarly, like King Abdullah Financial District and like many other things, a short years ago, we did not see the development that we do now. It's completely changed the landscape. Diriyah, King Abdullah Financial District, amongst many others. I mean, it's completely changed the overall urban landscape of Riyadh. Many of these areas have turned into thriving professional hospitality and entertainment, social hubs. So it's quite a wonder to see this kind of change in such a short period of time.
Yeah, we've talked about Diriyah as well on this programme quite a bit, and I think my personal favourite is the Kingdom Centre, which we saw there in those pictures. Thank you very much indeed, Ali Raza, Chief Investment Officer at Haytham & Company. Thank you very much indeed to you for your time. And thank you to you for watching The Real Deal here on Al Arabiya English. Thanks for watching. See you again next week.
From the White House to Gaza, Kyiv to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
There has been a proposal on the table for decades now. Declare the Middle East a nuclear weapons-free zone, like Latin America, South Pacific, Africa. That's an option. Iran has agreed to that option. There's one holdout, one outlier, Israel. So you had the option of turning the Middle East into a nuclear weapon-free zone, and we wouldn't be having any of these discussions.
American political scientist and activist Professor Norman Finkelstein giving, as ever, his very direct perspective on the issues behind Israel's conflicts with its Middle Eastern neighbors. Hello and welcome, I'm Riz Khan. In the 13 months since I last spoke with him, the regional clashes have reached new levels, most recently with Iran and Israel trading missiles. I caught up with Professor Finkelstein at his home for a very candid conversation on where he sees things heading. Professor, it's really good to see you face to face. We've done a number of interviews remotely over the years, but it's good to sit with you face to face and have a chance to talk about what's going on. Now, since we last spoke about a year ago, things have changed quite dramatically, progressively worse, a lot of people would say. Now, let me start with just one of the more recent things. Donald Trump, as president of the USA, talking about Iran and Israel being in a conflict for so long, they don't even know what the F they're doing. It's unusual for a president to use the F word. What did you make of that when he described it that way?
Well, I think both sides know exactly what they're doing. I don't think there is any misapprehension Israel has regarded Iran as a major regional rival for a very long time.
Rival or threat?
Rival for a very long time. They've always said that their chief, they call it the main threat to Israel. To Israel, they used to say Hamas, Hezbollah, and Iran. Now, you will recall already during the build-up to the war in Iraq, there is a certain misapprehension. I'm referring now to 2003. Israel's first goal was not Iraq. Israel wanted to attack Iran. The United States had set its sights on Iraq. And the view back then, now we're talking about 20 years ago, the view back then was first Iraq, then Syria, then Iran. So it's been a very consistent policy.
Quite strategic the way you're describing it, yeah.
It's been a strategic goal. What changed was there's obviously a difference between an objective and the opportunity to achieve the objective. Now, when October 7th happened, Israel set as its first objective to, for once and for all, solve the Gaza question. There weren't going to be any more mowings of the lawn, as Israel called it. The Operation Cast Lead, Operation, that was 2008-9, Operation Pillar of Defense, 2012, Operation Protective Edge, 2014. There weren't going to be any more operations. We are going to solve the Gaza question once and for all. And the final solution to the Gaza question, it basically took three forms. One, ethnic cleansing. Two, make Gaza unlivable. And three, carry out a mass extermination. And those goals, they overlapped with each other. So at the beginning, it was ethnic cleansing. They hoped to push the whole population into the Sinai, but that the Arab states vetoed that. Then began the making Gaza unlivable with a mass extermination occurring simultaneously. Then Israel realized it could achieve other objectives. In the course of the Israeli genocide in Gaza, they realized they could disable Hezbollah. And that was always a strategic objective of Israel. And they achieved that goal, it seems. I'm not convinced it's been as devastating a blow to Hezbollah as has been claimed, but they obviously did some significant damage. And then they realized they could achieve their third goal, and that was Iran. So what did change was, even though this had been a strategic objective of Israel, they realized after October 7th, they maybe could achieve that goal.
You know, you have Benjamin Netanyahu in power for so long and seeming to ride every challenge against him. His claim has been for years that Iran is very close to achieving a nuclear weapon. I mean, that's been going on for quite a while, that narrative. How have you regarded the evidence versus the claims?
I'm not an expert in those fields. I can only quote what everybody else has said. Tulsi Gabbard, who's responsible for national intelligence, she said the evidence said no. The IAEA, belatedly, the head of the IAEA stated that there was no concerted effort on Iran's side to create a nuclear weapon. So based on the available evidence, the answer seems to be there isn't evidence. I would say, my opinion, Iran would be foolish not to acquire a nuclear weapon. So you have to assume that if that's my rational judgment, it's probably the rational judgment of many people in Iran as well. There are two possibilities. Possibility number, okay, let me just backtrack a bit. There are claims that Iran has been in violation of aspects of the inspections. I read the IAE report. I probably have it right over here, as a matter of fact.
Not to worry.
Yeah, I read the IAE report, and I think a reasonable conclusion is that the IAE inspectors are being truthful, and I don't have any reason to doubt their truthfulness, though I don't like what the head of the IAEA did. He released the report, gave Israel and the U.S. the pretext to attack, and then belatedly, after the attack, declared that there's no evidence that Iran is embarked on the program to create nuclear weapons. That could easily have been in the report. So when Iran says the IAEA was complicit in the attack or facilitated it, I think that's correct. In any event, it seemed plausible that Iran had carried on some enrichment that wasn't revealed to the IAEA, or they tried to conceal it from the IAEA, that the expression is sanitized, which basically means destroyed some evidence. Yeah, I think those things are all plausible. However, having said that, we have to be clear about basic facts. First of all, everybody is in violation of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. Everybody likes to quote the part that non-nuclear powers who are signatories to the treaty aren't allowed to build nuclear weapons. They're allowed to use nuclear power for peaceful purposes. But there's another part to the treaty which everybody seems to forget. Article 6 says that the nuclear powers have to get rid of the weapons. They have to negotiate in good faith to eliminate the weapons. Now, most people will yawn, well, that's not really possible. I'm sorry. That's in the treaty, Article 6. In 1996, there was a major International Court of Justice advisory opinion. The question was, is the threat or use of nuclear weapons legal under international law? I won't go through the specifics, but I will go to the very end where the ICJ, the International Court of Justice, says there has to be good faith negotiations to eliminate nuclear weapons. Now, the NPT, the Non-Proliferation Treaty, was signed in 1968. We're in 2025. I think that's a long time. And if those weapons have not been eliminated, when I say those weapons, I mean by the US, the UK, France, the Soviet Russia, and China. I don't think Pakistan and India are signatories to the NPT. But those five, they were obliged. So they're in breach of the treaty. Who are they to lecture Iran about being in breach of the NPT when they're in breach of the NPT? That's the first point. The second point is, I'm just going to give you a historical, not so much analogy coming before. Since somebody mentioned that on my screen, there's Professor Chomsky on my computer screen, I'll tell you a small anecdote, okay? You're much too young to remember, but after World War II, there was a very famous case in the United States of two people named Julius and Ethel Rosenberg. and another person, Morton Sobel. They were accused of giving atomic bomb secrets to the Russians, okay? That they had stolen information from Los Alamos, where the atomic bomb was made, and transferred it to the Russians, or the Soviets at the time. And it was a big cause of the left, because Ethel and Julius Rosenberg had been in the Communist Party. They left already, but they had been in it. And it became a big case. The Rosenbergs, save the Rosenbergs. The Rosenbergs were eventually executed. Now, everybody on the left believed the Rosenbergs were innocent. And Professor Chomsky is a person of the left. And we had many conversations about the subject. And he said, you know, I think they were guilty, the Rosenbergs. It turned out he was half right and half wrong. Ethel Rosenberg was innocent. Julius Rosenberg had done very low-level spying, nothing to do with the atomic bomb, but low-level spying, okay? Why do I tell this story? You're wondering, why am I going back 75 years to the Rosenberg case? Here's why. Nobody will ever doubt, I don't believe, Professor Chomsky's moral judgment or his political acumen. He was in a class all his own, in my opinion, and I think a lot of people would agree with that. And he said to me on a couple of occasions, he said to me, I think they were guilty, and I think they did the right thing. He said, imagine the world after World War II if the U.S. had a monopoly in nuclear weapons. It would have been a catastrophe. We know how the U.S. carries on, even without the monopoly. Now, with that in mind, I think that there are two possibilities. One, as you might know, there are many regions in the world which declared nuclear weapons-free zones. There is the Treaty of Tlatelolco for Latin America. There's the Treaty of Rarotonga for the South Pacific. And there's one for Africa. The local regions decided, we are declaring these nuclear weapon-free zones. No country in this region can get them. There has been a proposal on the table for decades now. Declare the Middle East a nuclear weapons-free zone, like Latin America, South Pacific, Africa. That's an option. Iran has agreed to that option. There's one holdout, one outlier, Israel. So you had the option of turning the Middle East into a nuclear weapon-free zone, and we wouldn't be having any of these discussions.
So let me ask you then, Professor, if Israel was to give up its undeclared nuclear weapons, do you believe Iran would actually give up its goals?
We don't have, we're talking about power. We don't have to act on faith. There's no question here of acting on faith. Everybody's now calling the IAEA, right? They're saying the IAEA said Iran was cheating on some of the aspects of its nuclear weapons program, okay? Well, if you're quoting it, then you must believe the inspections work. You must believe the IAEA is competent to carry out the inspections. So then, what's the problem? It's not an act of faith, an act of trust. Were the inspectors correct about Iraq before 2003 when they said Iraq had no nuclear weapons? There were no weapons of mass destruction? Were the inspectors correct? Well, it turns out they were. So that means the inspections can work and do work, in which case it's not a question of trusting Iran. Speaking of trust, do you have any concept of how Israel acquired its nuclear weapons? Was it by acts of good faith and trust? There's a book by Yaniv Cohen called The Bomb. An Israeli wrote it, okay? And he describes in excruciating detail all the chicanery, all the spying, all the crookedness that Israel engaged in order to acquire the bomb. So it's not as if Israel's record is clean and we can trust it any more than we can trust Iran. I don't believe you can trust any state.
So I'm going to ask you, Professor, what do you think Iran would do with a nuclear weapon if it had one?
I think it would use it as a deterrent because I don't think it's a suicidal state. It knows fully well that if it were ever to use the nuclear weapon, it would be incinerated in the blink of an eye. So it wouldn't use it, but it would be a deterrent.
Why do you think the USA, if I can use the term, tolerates Israel so much if it has gone through the chicanery to get its nuclear weapons, if it's often, flouts these international laws? Why is the US so tolerant of it?
Look, that's like what you call one of these age-old questions, whether it's the dog wagging the tail wagging the dog. I think it's a combination. Obviously, let's take the current situation. Uppermost in President Trump's mind, is the deal with Saudi Arabia. He keeps calling it the deal of the century. Okay? And for the Saudis, it would be a good thing to defang Iran and to neutralize Iran. So it serves a U.S. interest. It serves a U.S. interest broadly, and it serves a Trump interest narrowly. He wants that deal with Iran, with Saudi Arabia. So there is that element, and there is the element of the Israel lobby, in my opinion, that's indisputable. I think it's a combination. It's hard to separate out the extent to which it's U.S. national interests that are operative and the extent to which it's the Israel lobby. If you take the case of Gaza, obviously Israel had its own interest in wanting to solve the Gaza question. But there was a U.S. interest. The U.S. interest was very straightforward. The U.S. relies on Israel to terrify, to keep in place, to subjugate and to subordinate the Middle East. October 7th appeared to reveal a real weakness in the Israeli intelligence, Israeli technological capacity. It revealed a major weakness. And obviously, after October 7th, the thought started running through the heads of many Arabs, hey, maybe Israel isn't as invincible as we thought it was. This ragtag Hamas army, maybe they can be defeated, Israel, if Hamas could do it. So there is a thought, it starts to percolate in the Arab world, that maybe there's a military option against Israel after all. And for the United States, that means its main regional surrogate of U.S. power, it has to be restored. Its deterrence capability has to be restored. So the United States was, for its own interest, it was very happy to see Israel annihilate Gaza. So it transmits the message. If you get any idea in your head about a military option against Israel, look at Gaza or what's left of Gaza.
Let me ask you, with so much that's gone on since we spoke about a year ago, to what extent do you think Israel's standing in the world, its reputation, perhaps even with the US, where Donald Trump has said he's very angry with Prime Minister Netanyahu and with Israel in general, how much has that reputation been hurt, both of the country and of course, Prime Minister Netanyahu?
I think that's a difficult question because there's a difference between a temporary and a permanent harm. You're old enough to remember Operation Castlet, 2008-9. That caused huge demonstrations around the world. Huge. And if you remember, Israel was in a very tenuous position after Richard Goldstone, the South African jurist who was Jewish and by his own self-description a Zionist, had produced this devastating report on what Israel had done in Gaza. You might recall there were fears that Tzipi Livni would be arrested at the British airport under what's called universal jurisdiction. Why do I mention it? Because nobody even remembers Operation Castlet. It's completely forgotten. So whether this current horror will have a permanent impact or it will prove to be a transient impact, I can't say. Remember, for my generation, growing up, for our generation, the defining political experience was the war in Vietnam, right? Now Vietnam is one of the U.S.'s main allies in Asia.
You know, it's interesting that there is a speculation that Benjamin Netanyahu wants to continue with conflicts, wants to keep everything on edge and in flux in order to avoid prosecution himself for various things he's been charged with, as well as, of course, to stay in power. How do you regard that kind of perspective?
You know, I'm very skeptical of these arguments for a very simple reason. There's a complete consensus across the Israeli spectrum on wanting to annihilate Gaza and embracing the attack on Iran and Hezbollah, obviously. These attempts to kind of home in on Mr. Netanyahu as if he's the source of the problem, I just think that's completely wrong-headed. Every few years you hear these predictions. Netanyahu's term is over. It's over. I mean, you can probably fill a book now with these predictions, okay? But that's not what happened. Netanyahu is the mirror, is the embodiment, the incarnation of Israel society.
The whole of society?
He's an obnoxious, self-righteous Jewish supremacist. An obnoxious, self-righteous Jewish supremacist. When Israelis see Mr. Netanyahu, they see themselves. That's why he keeps winning the elections.
But sorry, what about the protests against him?
The protests against him have to do with things like separation of church and state in Israel, preserving the alleged independence of the judiciary, the policy on the hostages. But that's not what we're talking about. I said regarding Gaza and Iran. And there's a broad consensus. If you look at the polls, just take, Israelis are probably the most polled people on earth. You know, every morning we have to know what Israelis think, you know. It's so important to the future of humanity to know every morning whether an Israeli had one egg or two eggs, whether it was a boiled egg or an omelet. You know, everything about Israelis are polled because they're so important. So, what do the polls show? The polls show for 20 months among Israeli Jews, 95% believed that Israel was using too little force or enough force in Gaza. About 5% thought Israel was using too much force. Okay? A poll about a month ago showed that one half of Israelis, 47%, one half of Israeli Jews believed that Israel should commit a genocide in Gaza. There is no ambiguity about the question. We don't have to go to a dictionary and parse the definition of genocide. The question that was put to Israeli Jews was, do you believe that when the IDF conquers a city, it should kill everybody in the city? That was the question. Do you believe that if the IDF conquers a city, it should kill everybody in the city. 47% of Israeli Jews answered yes to that question. Another poll about 2 to 3 weeks ago, it asked the question, do you believe there are any innocents, civilians in Gaza, civilian innocents in Gaza? The poll was taken of all Israelis, including Arab Israelis. 63% said no, there are no innocents in Gaza. If you eliminate the Arab component, it's about 70% say there are no innocents in Gaza, which means the army can kill everyone. So, have you read any significant dissent in the Israeli ruling elite on the policy of annihilating Gaza? Has any single Israeli sitting in office or out of office or the opposition, has anyone said, no, I think it's morally wrong to annihilate Gaza? Nobody says that.
Do you think...
Did anyone say, no, I don't think it was right to break international law and attack Iran? Did anyone say that? Now, as a senior intelligence official in the Obama administration, the most senior, he said that the attack on Hezbollah, the walkie-talkie attack, he described it as pure terrorism. That's what he said, it was pure terrorism. Did anyone in the Israeli ruling elite say, oh, that was terrible, that was pure terrorism?
Do you believe, though, Israelis see the pictures of the conditions in Gaza, the starving children, the degree to which the place has been completely flattened? I mean,
I think these questions, I appreciate the questions, but they represent, not by you, but the questions themselves represent a high level of what, let's call it, naivete. First of all, the opposition leader in Israel said, quote, our IDF kill children as a hobby. He was the head of the opposition, Golan. He said, everybody knows that. Remember, Israel has a citizen army. A citizen army in principle is a good thing. It means everybody should have to bear the burden of putting their life on the line to defend the country's independence and so forth. That's in principle correct. You know, in our country, only poor people do that. We don't have a conscript army. So it's a good thing, I think, that everybody should have to bear the burden of sacrificing his or her life to defend the country. But there's an underside. The underside is, if you have an army that's representative of the whole population, okay? It's a citizen army, and that army is committing genocide, that means a representative sample of Israeli society is committing genocide. How could they not know? Israel's a small country. It's very tribalistic. They all come together in moments of crisis, right? You're telling me that all these Israeli soldiers are posting on the web what they're doing in Gaza. They're posting it. If you're posting it, it must mean you don't fear being ostracized. You don't boast about it, that you're annihilating cities. You don't boast about it if you feared ostracism. You're telling me when the conscripts come home, they don't tell anybody what was going on in Gaza? Israel per capita has the highest usage of the web on our planet of any country in the world. They didn't see those starving images. They don't see the kids huddled with the pots begging for food. They don't see it. Is that plausible? Is that believable? Is that credible? Of course they know. Of course they know. When doctors report that children are being systematically shot in the head and in the chest, foreign doctors report that. The Israelis don't know? No.
Considering how openly, as you say, these genocidal kind of goals or tendencies are expressed, is there any chance that Israel and Benjamin Netanyahu will appear in the International Court of Justice in the ICC?
The International Criminal Court has indicted Israel on charges of not genocide, but various war crimes, in particular using starvation as a weapon of war. Whether they will be prosecuted, I would say the answer is, the likelihood is zero. It took Karim Khan long enough to file the charges, and I can't see it. The ICC is not a court. The ICC is simply International Criminal Court is simply a contrivance of the West to prosecute and keep in line non-Western countries. For a long time, the ICC was called the International Caucasian Court because all the prosecutors were African leaders. It got a little bit embarrassing under Luis Ocampo, and so they then got Fatou Bensouda, an African woman, to do the dirty work. She was a total crook. And
I have to say, these are your opinions, just to make sure.
Well, I've written a book about it, and I've now a second book about it. The first book was called I Accuse, about Fatou Bensouda. And now I'm coming out with a new book in a couple of months entitled Gaza's Grave Diggers, an inquiry into corruption in high places. And I go through the record of Bensouda and several others. So the ICC, a very distinguished international lawyer whose name I can't reveal because it'll cause him grief, he said it's not a court. It's simply a contrivance of the West to keep the other people, non-Westerners, in line. But ICJ is a different story, the International Court of Justice. Now, as you know, in January 2024, January 26th, they found that Israel was plausibly committing genocide in Gaza. But those were preliminary hearings. I don't want to go through the technicalities. The case hasn't actually been heard. The full case hasn't actually been heard. I think there's a reasonable possibility. It all really depends on the composition of the court, because it's a nation-state-based court. Who's going to be the president? Who's going to be on the court? Right now, they have a complete crook as the vice president of the court, Julia Sebutindi from Uganda. In my forthcoming book, I have a 100-page chapter on her. She's a complete and total crook. They're afraid, everybody knows it, but people are afraid to say it because she's the first African woman on the court. So, because of wokeness, you're not allowed to call a woman a crook, let alone a woman of color a crook. Well, guess what? She's a woman. She's a woman of color, and she's a colossal crook. Julia Sebutindi, she's currently the vice president of the International Court of Justice. And there are a couple of fellows like Mr. Tomka, Judge Tomka from Slovakia, Judge Orescu from Romania, who you might call minor league crooks. But there is a phalanx of people on the court who, A, believe there's plausible evidence of genocide, but B is important. In January, then in March, and then in May, the court issued what's called they indicated provisional measures. And that's just a fancy term for, we told Israel, there's evidence that you're committing genocide. So you have to do A, B, C, and D to prevent the genocide. Okay, you have to allow in humanitarian aid. You have to tell your army to stop carrying on in this way. Israel ignored all the provisional measures. And that has to grate on the court. They can't like the fact that this august body, the supreme legal body in the world, the International Court of Justice, 3 times, January, March, and May, indicated provisional measures, and Israel ignored them. So I think there is a reasonable prospect that they will find Israel guilty of breaching the 1948 Genocide Convention.
If it is headed up, or at least populated with these members that you consider to be crooks, where does that leave the prospect of getting true international justice? Where does that leave the world in terms of having a body on?
As I said, in the International Criminal Court, lost cause. Karim Khan is pitiful. I think that's pretty obvious. The current
he put his neck out, though.
For the sake of the audience, I don't want them to get confused. Karim Khan is the chief prosecutor of the International Criminal Court. He put his neck out because it was becoming absurd that they reacted in a blink of an eye after Russia went into Ukraine. The ICJ, the International Court of Justice, had found that Israel is plausibly committing genocide, and the International Criminal Court wasn't doing anything. So it was losing all of its credibility. And so the pressure builds inside there are in the ICC, because I've studied it, there are a lot of decent people working within the administrative side of the court. There are a lot of decent people. So there's the pressure on the inside, and then there's the pressure being exerted from the outside on the court. So yes, he finally did something. As you know, no point in, I don't want to get into the trivial aspects, but it was unclear the timing of his decision to issue the arrest warrants, because he had the sexual harassment charges weighing on him. And there's a lot of speculation. I've talked to people in the court who said, yes, the timing probably was due to the sexual harassment charges weighing on him. However, that doesn't change the fact that there was already a very formidable case that Israel was carrying out crimes of a significant magnitude in Gaza.
I want to get your take on something that has been put out there too. South Africa is considered pretty brave for having taken on Israel by going to the ICJ with the genocide case. There are those who believe that South Africa is now a target for the USA, and that this whole white farmers issue was a way to kind of punish South Africa, the treatment of Cyril Ramaphosa. What's your view on that?
Yeah, first of all, if I were in the South African delegation, I would be terrified if there was even one skeleton in my closet. You know, those folks, beginning with the senior member, John Dugard. I know Professor Dugard, a really impressive guy. You know, he's 89 years old. And he was kind of like, had an uneasy gait as he came up to the podium. I don't want to sing his praises because it might sound sycophantic, and that's not my nature. But he was the lawyer for the Nelson Mandela family when Mandela was in jail. He was Bishop Tutu's lawyer, and he's a white South African. I should have clarified that. He's a white South African. And the Israelis have always had him in their crosshairs because he was the UN Special Rapporteur for the occupied territories. And if you read his reports, they were really meticulous. They were very impressive. So I'm thinking to myself, that guy must have been a saint, in his life, because otherwise the Israelis would have destroyed him. And it's a large delegation, as you remember. I think it's about 7 people. So far there have been no cracks. So far.
I spoke with the former South African ambassador to the US, Ibrahim Rasool, while I was in South Africa recently. And he said, the idea was that South Africa feels the obligation, having been through apartheid, having seen extremes when it comes to situations for oppressed people, to stand up and support the idea of true diplomacy and speak out. Of course, he was expelled as a result from South Africa. So it seems at least there is maybe the starting of a movement that might question the world order in that way.
It's a step, but it's a long... Look, Mao Zedong once said, former head of the Chinese Communist Party, so in the history of the Chinese Revolution, there's the famous story of the Long March, which I think was 6,000 miles, when the Chinese communists were being encircled by the nationalist forces. And Mao Zedong famously said to traverse, I think it's 8,000 li, L-I, if my memory is right. To traverse 8,000 li, you have to take the first step. And so South Africa took, in my forthcoming book, I devote a large portion of the introduction to honoring the South African delegation. I sent it to Professor Dugard, and he thought I was over the top. But really, it was a riveting moment. I was sitting in front of my computer screen watching it. I showed it to my class because I was teaching a course on the laws of war. It was a riveting moment when the South Africa, it wasn't just a court case, because the South African delegation, it really was a rainbow delegation. It was old white men like John Dugard and Professor Lowe. I think he's from Oxford. It was African men, South African men, a South African Indian woman, and then there were South African white men. But it was a beautiful projection of the future. So it's a first step, just like the victory of Zoran Mamdani.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis.
It would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story. Hello, I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and welcome to a special edition of W News Extra. Coming up on today's show, we'll be taking a look back at some of the highlights of the week, all broadcast from the Al Arabiya headquarters. US President Donald Trump has said he is not offering Iran anything, nor is he talking to them following the US strikes on Iranian nuclear facilities. That's despite previous suggestions that talks between Washington and Tehran would take place following a ceasefire agreement between Iran and Israel. Trump re-emphasized the United States' obliteration of the nuclear facilities after an earlier intelligence report suggested the strikes may have only set the program back by months. Meanwhile, the head of the International Atomic Energy Agency has said Iran will have the capacity to begin enriching uranium again in a matter of months. Take a listen.
It is clear that there has been severe damage, but it's not total damage, first of all. And secondly, Iran has the capacities there, industrial and technological capacities. So if they so wish, they will be able to start doing this again. This is, again, and I'm sorry, fourth time we have to go back to the table and have a technically sound solution to this. Otherwise, this will come hit us again.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Managing Director of This is Dubai, Michael Jabri-Pickett, and Dr. Eli Al-Hindi, Professor of International Relations at the American University in the Emirates. Dr. Eli, let's start with you. We just heard from the chief of the UN nuclear watchdog, but what are your thoughts on Donald Trump's latest comments?
Well, he says he's not talking to Iran and he's not giving them anything. Okay. And then what? This is the question. So I think his assumption was that as soon as he announces the ceasefire, they would run into the negotiation table. And as he has said many times before, to offer an unconditional surrender, which obviously did not happen and will not happen anytime soon. The Iranians are masters of diplomacy, they're masters of negotiation, and they're already putting conditions on when and how to go back to these negotiations. We have to wait and see who will give in. And if none of them gave in, what will happen next? How long can Trump wait in order to put things on track? Is he willing to hit again if Iran doesn't offer what he wants to offer? Is the deal going to be similar to the previous deal that they had with Obama? What will be his achievement then? So all these questions come into play. Definitely he's taking some time, but this time is also benefiting Iran to take a breath, to recollect their strength and their strategy and start working on that again. And we saw the announcement from the head of the IAEA saying that within few months, Iran would probably be able to restart working on its nuclear program.
And that's something the Trump administration has come out so strongly against.
Exactly.
Remember, we saw Pete Hegseth, and that was a very impassioned, combative, wasn't it, press conference that he gave, defending the US strikes on Iran.
Classifying it as obliterated.
Obliterated, exactly. Michael, I don't know what your thoughts are on the subject, because we also heard from the Iranian side, they say they're not going to begin negotiations unless Donald Trump can be sure that the US aren't going to strike Iran again.
And we completely understand why the Iranians feel that way. But I think the Iranians are juggling a couple of balls right now, right? They want to make sure that they are able to placate the Americans, but they also have to make sure that they are strong at home while also keeping the Israelis at bay. And that is the position that they find themselves in, which is, again, wanting to make sure that, you know, the regime has probably the support of about 20% of the population. That's what analysts estimate. And if that's the case, then they're pretty weak. And if they're pretty weak, they have to make sure that they put up a strong front for their domestic audience. But then they also need to be making inroads with the Americans in negotiations. And they also need to make sure, again, that they keep the Israelis at a distance.
It's such a difficult conundrum, isn't it? And we spoke about it a lot during those strikes. And I also just wonder right now, what is the future for where all of this leads? If we can't go to the table and we can't negotiate, how long can both sides stick to the ceasefire? Because we know the ceasefire is fragile anyway.
Again, we have to remember the ceasefires between Israel and Iran.
Mm-hmm.
But we also saw today a big cyber attack on the Iranian financial institutions. So I do believe that the Cold War or the cold ceasefire between Iran and Israel, both of them will try to continue to hurt the other in some way possible. But then with the US, it's a completely different ballgame. And again, Trump coming in as, you know, the peacemaker and so on, trying to finish this once and for all. And this will need some serious negotiations, some serious skills on the table, not similar, to be fair, to the team of Obama, who did not do well at all in these long negotiations with the Iranians. And eventually the Iranians got what they wanted to a certain extent back then. So we have to see a different approach from Trump, not just talk on the media and not just threats, but something that really tangible that could bring Iran to the table and could achieve that deal.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, I also think that we're looking at the situation as though every option is on the table. And we know in reality it's not. The Americans, there's no way they're going to send troops into Iran. No way Israel is going to send troops. So there are cyber attacks, there are drone attacks, there are missile bombings. All of these are the options, but there doesn't seem to be like the full-throated attempt to engage in a war like the Americans did when they went into Iraq.
I wonder if Israel had the opportunity to do it, they might have kept on striking, because remember Donald Trump was really strong in his rhetoric on Truce Social when that ceasefire seemed to have kind of dismantled at one point after Trump had announced it on Truce Social. But actually, earlier I spoke to former US Deputy Special Envoy Eli Kohanen about whether Trump will enter negotiations or not, and why it seems so unclear at this stage. Here's what she had to say.
Well, what we do know is that the ceasefire between Iran and Israel was negotiated successfully by the United States, by the Trump administration. And so certainly there was that amount of talk. Now, the question of what's next for the Iranian regime. The U.S. did have intermediaries. We know that Oman was involved in those talks originally. And so let's hope that the Iranian regime makes smart decisions. Leigh Ann, I've always said from the beginning of when the Trump administration came back into office that the threat to the Iranians was whether they would read the room right and understand that President Donald Trump is not Barack Obama, he's not Joe Biden. And so every time Donald Trump has given them, the Iranian regime, the opportunity to negotiate in earnest, to come and join the international order, as President Trump suggested that they do in a recent post on Truce Social. Every time that President Trump has given them the opportunity, we haven't seen them really understand that the opportunity is an important one for them to take. So the question really stands of whether the Iranian regime is ready to reform their behavior so that they'll behave like a normal nation state.
Pretty much what you were saying earlier, you know, Donald Trump's not Barack Obama. He's not going to enter these long negotiations or these forever wars that he campaigned on. And I don't know if you just had a quick thought on the back of Eli.
Well, I think that he has an idea about not wanting to enter into new wars. But, you know, he campaigned on being able to end the current wars, and he hasn't had much success there. So the last thing he wants to do is add a couple of more wars to his to the resume.
The point is, will he be able to avoid another escalation? If the Iranians don't give in, what will happen next? Will he allow Israel to hit? Will he be willing to hit again or engage again somehow? I don't know. This is, I think, where things are. And definitely the Iranians so far don't seem to be willing to give in any way.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's turn to another story, Michael, which is actually more domestically focused. And it's this big, beautiful bill that we've been hearing so much about. What's the latest on this? Because something crazy happened over the weekend. They read out every single page of this bill. It took 16 hours. I mean, I've never heard anything
So this
like
is
it.
the 940-page BBB, right? The big, beautiful bill, just as you said. Chuck Schumer, from a Democrat from New York, is saying that it will more people will die if the bill is passed to give tax breaks to billionaires. According to the Congressional Budget Office, there will be $3 trillion added to the national debt. Of course, within the bill, there's $4 trillion worth of tax cuts. And the crux of the matter is this, that those tax cuts are meaning that certain programs, healthcare and food programs, Medicare and food stamps in particular, are going to be cut. And by, again, the Congressional Budget Office, by 2034, 12 million more Americans will not have health insurance. That's the crux of the matter. In addition to the tax cuts, there's about 15% more spending for the military, and there's also more money that's going towards illegal immigration prevention, the ICE agents. And so those are the issues that Donald Trump campaigned on. And he's almost 6 months into his second term, and he needs this to pass so that it can set the tone for the next 3.5 years. What he's facing is, right now, he can afford to lose 3 Republican senators. He's got 2, Rand Paul from Kentucky and Tom Tillis from North Carolina, who have both voiced great displeasure. He has a few others who are wavering. And if the bill doesn't pass in the Senate, and it would have to pass there and then go back to the House, if it doesn't, then I think he's going to take the gloves off, and he's going to have some frank phone calls with some of the Republican senators because he has a self-imposed deadline of July 4th when he wants to get this done.
So, yeah, I see it in a way that, again, the money has to come from somewhere. You can put the most beautiful plans and estimations, but eventually the money needs to come from somewhere. And he has promised tax cuts, yes. So this will decrease the income of the government significantly in that sense. But he also wants to increase military and the spending on ICE. Keep in mind 2 things, that he hopes that the tariffs could bring in significant amounts of money. This is yet to be seen and yet to be calculated specifically.
But I think it's interesting because this bill's meant to pass by the 4th of July. Tariff deadline's the 9th of July.
Exactly.
Does he have enough time to actually make that happen?
That's why he's pushing for the 4th very strongly, hoping that he will be able to do that. The other thing I want us to remember is that the whole hope that cutting on government spending and government employees with the whole Doge and the Elon Musk thing did not work out as well as it was hoped for. He was hoping for $1 trillion. They ended up saving 175 million or something like that, so extremely far from the estimations. So in that sense, yes, he is in a tight situation, and definitely I fully agree that he will have serious talks and serious issues with the Republican candidates who don't fit within his, who don't hold the line, as they say, hold the line. But then again, we need to understand that he has transformed the Republican Party into his party. So he will rely a lot on how much he can, as a personality, pull in the Republicans in that sense, while candidates are afraid for their own future in the upcoming elections and their own constituencies.
Because I know midterms are still a little way off, but there is conversation about this already when it comes to the big, beautiful bill. And it's going to be interesting to see how this shakes out. But thank you so much for your thoughts on that. President Trump has attended the official opening of Alligator Alcatraz today, a migrant detention center built on a Florida swamp. The new facility, located on an abandoned airfield in the Everglades National Park, is home to around 200,000 alligators, which can grow up to 15 feet long. Earlier, Trump told reporters immigrants held there will have to learn how to dodge the alligators if they do try to escape. Take a listen.
I guess that's the concept. This is not a nice business. I guess that's the concept. If the snakes are fast, but alligators are, we're going to teach them how to run away from an alligator, okay? If they escape prison, how to run away. Don't run in a straight line. Run like this. And you know what? Your chances go up about 1%, okay? Not a good thing.
All right, Jono. Nothing like a bit of advice.
Do you know how to deal with alligators?
Yes.
I don't.
Question.
Not many are experts. And it's bad news for the 5,000 people who are going to call this place home, be it somewhat temporarily. Let me tell you a bit about Alligator Alcatraz and what it is. It is a migrant detention facility. It's in the Everglades, which is in Florida as well. And this is officially open now. So this is not a pipeline dream. This is something that has been knocked up quite quickly, actually, as a building. And
about
the idea,
8 days.
About 8 days, which is pretty impressive for what it is. The entire isolated airstrip surrounded by not just alligators, he mentioned snakes as well, pythons and other wildlife as well. 5,000 migrants will be housed there while they're waiting for their deportation or whatever the case may be at the end of their case. It's been described by the White House as a one road in, one flight out, and natural and otherwise amazing security and deterrence to stop people from getting out. What has been built here is effectively a ICE detention centre, but that is so remote and that is so dangerous to try and escape from. It is effectively like Alcatraz. You are taking your life into your own hands if you try and get out of there. And migrants will be kept there while this is being ironed out through the courts. Congress and there's been a couple of people who've said it's inhumane. There's Native American tribes who've come to the fore, and there's civil rights groups who've said this is actually not the place where we need to be detaining people who are waiting for deportation, and we need to have something else. There's also a construction of this that was tried to be halted in the first place, but it's gone ahead regardless, and be it temporary or otherwise. 5,000 people from the Florida area alone will be using this as a detention centre.
And it's quite interesting because it's also the environmentalists who have been demonstrating outside. They were there today as Donald Trump arrived, obviously met by the Florida governor, Ron DeSantis. This was his brainchild. He was the person who came up with this. And as we are saying, what are these lawsuits going to do? It's gone through anyway.
Yeah.
You know, the environmental impact, he said it's not going to have any impact. And they've built, and, you know, you can see a tour of it. They've built these tents. It's been built very quickly. But it just seems to be that it's, OK, we know it's been built quick. We know who it's been funded by, but it's still not cheap. And it's
not
still
cheap at all.
Expensive to house people, to look after them. OK, it might be
house
cheap.
people, but this is a really good point. Housing, we're talking about, they're going to put them up in FEMA, which is the Federal Emergency Management Agency, trailers and soft-sided tents, not in concrete buildings. And the cost is really high. We're talking about $450 million per year to run it. That, of course, includes operational costs, covering housing, security, utilities, etc. And that means it's $90,000 per detainee yearly. So the cost is quite high. There's a funding controversy as well because, some people, the opposers to this idea say that why do we need such detention centers? The ICE already detain migrants in local jails at a much lower cost. But we have to also bear in mind that there's also some controversy regarding the land where the airport is, basically, because we said that there's only one way out. You have to fly out of the area. Apparently that the Trump's administration acquired the land for $20 million, even though the local county authorities are saying that it is estimated at $190. So apparently they're expecting low cases also regarding this facility, and therefore they're expecting the costs to mount.
But then we might be saying all of this, but, you know, we said it's tense. We said it's FEMA and the US government who have helped set this up. So in many respects, it almost seems temporary. It doesn't seem that this is going to be a long-term plan. And I was speaking to somebody a little bit earlier, and they said this almost feels like a shotgun decision from the government because, you know, they need to get their campaign policies in place and detaining illegal aliens, as they're calling them. And that was one of their main policies.
Yeah.
And they don't have the enough ICE officers.
You don't have enough ICE
it.
officers, but you certainly can't detain them in jails either. And although it's cheaper, it's not practical. And US prisons already are kind of at breaking point when it comes to
it's
you
very
hear
crowded.
stories of a lot of people overcrowding. The idea of this is that it's a stopgap solution. It's going to try and filter through at a rate of 5,000, and it can take anywhere from weeks to several months for somebody who's an illegal immigrant to be deported. So it may be seen as somewhat of a stopgap. The issue here is that I feel like perhaps they will need to expand upon it and make it bigger. 5,000 is the capacity. If you look at Florida alone, 772,000 illegal immigrants. So if they and you say that they're going to rush it through and push the illegal immigrants through at an exponential rate, unheard of before, of 5,000 every single week, it will still take 3 years to clear the backlog of illegal immigrants in Florida. He's promised this in the pre-election. He said he will clear out immigrants. He is doing what he promised, and to build this is what he needed to do.
And it also comes at a cost. So it's $450 million per year. So if it's going to take 3 years, you can do the maths.
Yeah, it's going to be expensive for sure.
But Ron DeSantis, he did a walk around of the site on another news channel, and it's actually quite interesting because, like you say, a lot of money is going into this, and you can't just deport people. They have a right to have a lawyer, so they're going to have those facilities on site. It's a process to get people deported, and I think this is something that maybe the government is taking into account now. But Ron DeSantis also said that he hopes that other states take the influence from Florida, or basically, you know, take the inspiration from what they're doing here, and we'll probably see more of these deportation facilities set up.
This is getting the headlines because of the fact that there's 200,000 odd alligators in the vicinity around, and not every state is going to have that as a little point that they can put and say, well, listen, our detention centre is surrounded by X, Y, and Z. It's unlikely it's going to be that volume of alligators. What he's done here in the administration is trying to save money on security costs by putting natural security
and not having to build a parameter.
There's no parameter needed.
No, there's no parameter either.
And you take.
But what if a hurricane basically hits
Florida's
the area?
hurricane prone.
Exactly.
And this
Florida
could be
is.
And it's also extremely hot in the Everglades, and that's what a lot of people don't realise. Lots of aircon is needed. It's concrete floor. It was an old runway.
I don't believe comfort is part of I don't think comfort is part of the modus operandi for the entire administration to say we'll have them be very comfortable. If that was the case, they'd take hotels and put them in 4 or 5 star hotels.
They're putting them in tents, and we're talking about the heat that you
but like we say, at the end of the day, this was Donald Trump's main campaign policy, and the people who voted for Donald Trump are absolutely 100% behind this.
We're 7 months in, and he's actioning this, and we saw this. Again, more ICE agents are needed. I think in total in the immigration office, 20,000 people are working there, but that's between admin staff and everything else. People who are out there actually making and actioning these detentions, I think, is around 4,000.
7,000.
7,000. So it's a fraction of what's actually working for the department. They need to increase that number far more, and then we are going to see more of these detention centres. They may not all be like this, but we're going to need more of them.
Not all surrounded by alligators, obviously.
No, but I don't think they're going to be lap of luxury either. I think we're going to see a lot more of these required by ICE in order to be able to expedite the process a bit quicker.
But like we said, this was a really headline-grabbing story because of the location it is, but once again, it's 5,000, you know, and there's so much more to go. So that's such an interesting...
The name also was very catchy as well.
Alligator Alcatraz. Let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. The US has paused weapon shipments to Kyiv. That's despite President Trump discussing air defenses with Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky at the NATO summit last week. The White House said the decision was made to put America's interests first following a review of US military support and assistance to other countries. One Ukrainian MP has called the move painful and very unpleasant. Now, Japan has been rocked by an earthquake off the coast of Kagoshima. It measured 5.5, as reported by the Japanese Broadcasting Corporation, NHK. No tsunami warning has been issued. Qantas customers may have been affected by a cyber attack which targeted the airline's third-party consumer service platform. Earlier this week, the company picked up unusual activity used by the contact centre, which stores the data of 6 million people. Qantas say they took immediate steps and contained the system and is investigating the full extent of the attack. Oh, and fancy this, a stowaway snake managed to delay a flight in Melbourne, Australia after being found in the plane's cargo hold. Passengers were held for 2 hours after the reptile was discovered during boarding. Originally thought to be venomous, it turned out to be a less dangerous green tree snake. The animal is now in the care of a local vet and is looking for a new home with a licensed snake owner. If you want a snake, it's there. Now, music mogul Sean Diddy Combs has been found not guilty of sex trafficking and racketeering, but guilty on a lesser charge of transportation to engage in prostitution. 12 jurors, 8 men and 4 women, deliberated for over 12 and a half hours. A judge has allowed the rapper to be released and allowed to return home. Let's get the latest with trial attorney Richard Roth. Richard, a pleasure to have you on today. Chaos outside of the court today as Diddy was found guilty of 2 out of the 5 charges. Were you surprised by the verdict that came through?
So thank you for having me. I was a bit surprised. The federal prosecutors, particularly the Southern District of New York, generally don't take a case or try a case unless they believe they're going to win it. And to them, it really wasn't a win. The major charges, which would have caused Diddy tremendous jail time, he was acquitted on. So it is a bit of a surprise that, again, we're not in the courtroom, but it is a bit of a surprise that he was not convicted of the more serious offenses.
So you were surprised that he wasn't convicted on those, because when we have a look at it, it was racketeering, conspiracy, not guilty, and also sex trafficking of women known as Jane, not guilty. And I was just wondering right now, if we have a look at the jury selection, it was 8 men and 4 women. Do you think that gender plays a role in the verdict?
I don't think gender played a role that much. I think the mistake that was made was that a lot of the crimes he committed, and we know he committed crimes, we've seen the videos, are really state crimes. And the federal, because the statute of limitation has run on those, the federal government essentially tried to take those facts and contort them into federal crimes. So, yeah, it is. I don't necessarily think that it's a male-woman issue with the jury. I think that it was a very hard case for the federal government to put on. And the result is somewhat shocking because they generally don't lose, but the jury just didn't buy the majority of the serious indictment.
We heard from 34 witnesses during the 2-week trial, including Cassie Ventura, a former girlfriend, and we also saw that absolutely horrific video of her being attacked. Would the jury have taken this video into consideration or ignored it because it wasn't related to the charges against him?
Well, that's right. I think you hit the nail on the head. They took it into effect when it came time to the minor crimes. But when it comes to RICO's a very complicated federal statute, fraud-based, which essentially says that a group of individuals, an enterprise, conspired to do things. And as horrific as that video was and as strong as the testimony was, It didn't really fit in the RICO conspiracy box because it was just him acting. So I think that it was very compelling, and it is horrific what he did. But it just did not amount to some of the crimes he was charged with, and he's a very fortunate man.
Indeed. Diddy has been acquitted, as we said, on 2 of the most serious charges. But he could still, Richard, face up to 10 years in prison. Do you think that he could be a free man today? And also, how does this affect his reputation, his career? You know, there's still the court of public opinion out there.
Yeah, so it's interesting. He will not be a free man today. There will be sentencing. He may be a free man at sentencing because he's been in jail for several months, and that may be part of the essentially what he's sentenced with. He may be out in a year or 2. But the unusual fact is that as a convicted felon, it may actually garnish more attention. He's a bad boy and bad boy record. So it may have the reverse effect of what a lot of the public would think. I would think, quite frankly, he's a convicted felon. The way he treated Ms. Ventura and the way he treated other people is horrific. But it may have that he may very well be coming out with an album in a few years. So let's see where it goes. But he's, as we said, he's a very fortunate man today because he won't be spending the rest of his life in jail.
That's an interesting point that you just said there. You know, it could actually boost his fame. But this isn't the end of Diddy's legal journey, really, is it? He still has some civil cases to face. So what happens now with Diddy?
So, yes, you're right. The civil cases he has to face are very different because, number one, the standard is lower for a civil case than it is for the criminal. But more importantly, those can be resolved with money. It's not about his liberty. It's not about him doing jail time. It's about paying money to people who are suing him. So it's nowhere near as serious as what we have now. And what Diddy could very well be doing is he could very well be figuring out what his next move is, what he does on the PR front, what he does in the entertainment front, resolve the litigations as best you can. He certainly has a lot of money, so he hopefully will be able to resolve those. And he may very well turn the corner and continue his entertainment mogul status that he had before this indictment. So we don't know yet, but it could he like we said, he could turn the corner, and it could be he's very lucky and very fortunate that they went after him for charges that they couldn't nail him with.
Just one quick question before I do let you go, Richard. Large crowds continue to grow outside of court. I must admit, I've watched a lot of trials of celebrities over the years, and nothing seems to have attracted a crowd like this. Why do you think this is the case with the Diddy trial?
So it's very interesting you said. I happen to have been walking by. I was outside the courthouse yesterday when they were waiting for a jury. I happen to have been in the same courthouse, but for a different matter. And Diddy is, listen, number one is he's a spectacle. He's an entertainer. He's a celebrity. Number two, he's very controversial. There are people that love him and love his music and love how he advanced the black cause, the entertainment cause. But then there's a lot of people, especially after that video came out, that just don't want to have anything to do with him. So I literally saw people arguing over Diddy when I was there yesterday, and it's attracting a big crowd because it's very controversial. I think, quite frankly, that someone who did something like that certainly deserves a lot of jail time, and there are a lot of people in my corner, but a lot of other people think the opposite. They think that what he did was inappropriate, but that he still is famous and he should be let go for his, if you will, sins.
So, Richard, yesterday, what was the atmosphere like outside the court? You said you were there and people were arguing. Has it just become a really big, heated debate over in the States?
It is. People who are big fans of his sort of try to excuse his behavior, which I don't understand. But then there's a lot of people there that are saying, we don't care what he goes to jail for. The man should be in jail. You don't treat a woman the way you treated Ms. Ventura or the other women. I mean, there's a lot of things. He put a car on fire. He really did he engaged in a lot of criminal behavior. The problem is that because the statute's gone on the state law, the federal government tried to nail him on that, and that it just didn't stick. It didn't stick as much as they wanted it to.
Richard Roth, thank you so much for joining us. A fascinating window there into the P. Diddy story that I'm sure will continue. Trial attorney Richard Roth, once again, your thoughts have been much appreciated on the show. And the 28-year-old Liverpool forward and Portugal international Diogo Jota has died in a car crash in Spain. Local police say his vehicle suffered a blown tyre and left the road. Jota's brother, Andre Silva, also died in the crash. Liverpool FC say they are devastated by what they call an unimaginable loss. Gemma, really, it's an unimaginable loss. This is completely tragic. It's been dominating the news headlines today. A young footballer, what happened?
So, at the moment, there's not much information because obviously the authorities in Spain are getting to work. We know that he was in the car with his brother and the crash happened around 12:30 a.m. local time. He was in his Lamborghini. They don't yet know who was driving, but the first official statement has been released and the authorities believe that they were overtaking another car, or they haven't even actually said another car, they've just said overtaking, and a tyre burst, and it caused the car to crash and it burst into flames. Now, Jota was driving from Porto to Santander because they were catching a ferry back to England because he'd recently had surgery and he'd been advised not to fly. So that's why they were there and that's why they were driving. They were on their way to the ferry to come across to England for pre-season training. Now, the saddest part of it is that this young man got married 11 days ago to his childhood sweetheart. Very much in love. They have 3 children together. They have 2 young sons and a baby daughter who was born in November 2024. And the last postings on his social media were just about this joyous day that they had. So that is, it's truly, truly sad.
Gosh, it's just harrowing, isn't it, that in a split second, like you said, posting about his wedding and then a young family no longer has their dad, and the mother doesn't have the 2 sons too.
Yeah,
but Shane, so many tributes have been really flooding in because, you know, Liverpool actually just won the Premier League, so they had been celebrating in many respects.
Yeah, there's a lot of high profile, you know, Ronaldo himself came out and said that, you know, it doesn't make any sense. We've had sort of former Liverpool managers and players, and even the Prince of Wales and the Princess of Wales as well. And what I kind of thought was quite nice was that there was a lot of football teams around the world. I think even like Miami and some of the other European ones were doing like a minute silence. So in that regards, I would allow crying. That's perfectly fine. You know, I think that's perfectly healthy. But I think it is quite sad, and I think if there's anything to come from it, like, we don't know the reasons behind it, we don't know why. There has been some sort of speculation by unnamed sources in some of the media, but again, the authorities haven't obviously come out and said it was what it was. But if it is to do with speeding, I think that just sort of shows that, you know, no one is immune to it, and you know, maybe people should think twice before they hit the accelerator.
And I think that's a scary thing, right? We still don't know the ins and outs of it, and it's just a tragic loss. I'm sure we'll find out more about what actually happened in the days coming. But just, you know, the floral tributes, the people who've been visiting, like you said, football teams around the world, holding that minute silence. And also, his funeral is due to take place on Saturday, so that will happen. But it's just sad, isn't it, if it's someone so young with such a bright future ahead of them.
One can imagine that's going to be a very big turnout. People are going to want to go along and pay their respects. Fans, you know. I presume it would be he's from Porto. I presume that that's where it would be, but I think you're going to see an outpouring of grief, and, you know, we see that these days, and I don't think it matters whether you're a Liverpool fan or not. This is a young family that's been, you know, absolutely torn apart, and I think anyone can feel empathy for that. So, yeah, I think that would be, the funeral is going to be very well attended by, you know, fans and people who just want to pay their respects.
And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and, of course, also follow us on X. We'll be back on Monday. Goodbye.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson, and coming up in our special edition of GNT, we take a look back at some of the highlights and some of the best interviews from the week. Now, it's been more than a week since President Trump brokered a ceasefire, drawing a line under the 12-day war between Iran and Israel. Well, Washington has suggested that nuclear negotiations with Tehran could resume as early as this week. But the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi seems to be suggesting that talks are unlikely to restart quite so soon. So, what's next for diplomacy? What might Iran's next moves be? And just how much damage has been inflicted on Iran's nuclear program? Well, we're joined now by General David Petraeus, who is the former director of the CIA, a position he held during a pivotal period. During his 37-year-long military career, he led key missions, including the Iraq surge, US Central Command and coalition forces in Afghanistan. He's also the co-author of the best-selling book, Conflict, The Evolution of Warfare from 1945 to Gaza. Thank you very much indeed for your time. Thank you for joining us, General Petraeus.
Good to be with you, Tom.
You have described the damage inflicted by the United States and Israel on Iran's nuclear program as being very, very substantial. Would you go as far as to say it's been obliterated?
Well, I think there are some unknowns still that would lead me to stick with what I originally assessed as very, very substantial. That's a lot, obviously. We don't know, though, how much was done inside the mountain of Fordo. I think, again, very significant, but that'll require some time to determine. And we're not sure also whether there might be some of the highly enriched uranium, the 60% enriched uranium that may have been stored elsewhere outside of Natanz, Fordo, and possibly Esfahan, as well as some centrifuges that could enrich it further, of course, to weapons grade being over 90%. So I think that's the reason for hedging a bit on this. The bomb damage assessment process takes time. It takes all sources of intelligence, everything that you can bring together and synthesize, integrate, to reach a conclusion about how significant the damage actually has been and whether there still is some enrichment capacity and some highly enriched uranium to enrich.
Okay, so we still don't have all the evidence. We haven't got the full damage reports. Doesn't sound to me like you think we've seen the last of Iran's nuclear ambitions. What are your thoughts?
I think that's probably correct. In fact, what I would love to see now, the best case of all would be that Iran would agree to a nuclear accord that would essentially ban any enrichment of uranium in Iran. It would also allow the International Atomic Energy Agency to verify that, to oversee the process of the dismantling of all of their nuclear enrichment architecture and allow them to go anywhere they want at any time in the process of so doing. I'm not sure that Iran will do that. I would suspect that that's probably not the case. But then I think Iran needs to do a little bit of reflection and recognize that it is in an exceedingly weak position, given that all of its air and ballistic missile defenses those have been obliterated, I think it's fair to say, given that not a single Israeli aircraft nor American aircraft was even hit, much less shot down during the 12 days of this campaign.
Do you think there's an element of risk here that perhaps these events might have accelerated Iran towards trying to create a nuclear deterrent? I mean, they could argue they need one more than ever, given what's happened in Iran in the last 2 weeks.
One can make that argument. Sure, there's risk in everything, but there's also enormous risk to them if they were to be revealed as doing that. And once again, you'd see another devastating air campaign unleashed on them. And keep in mind that when you put together Mossad, CIA, NSA, other intelligence organizations, there are quite good, as they say, insights into what's going on in Iran. After all, look at what Israel did to reportedly 14 nuclear scientists, all pinpointed and identified and taken out. The same with a number of the leaders of the military and then the Revolutionary Guards Corps and so forth. So that should give them considerable pause, I think, and probably they should conclude that it would be a very bad idea were they to try to enrich to weapons-grade uranium.
Yeah, I mean, just picking up on that, I mean, I'd like to ask you, I mean, clearly very close coordination between Israel and the United States on intel, on military matters. How would you describe the overall mission and this joint force when it comes to collective intelligence?
Well, the intelligence and military relationships have always been very strong between the U.S. and Israel, and they were made even stronger when Israel was included as part of the U.S. Central Command as opposed to the European Command, which was really sort of a hangover from the past. In a sense, I guess that they thought that the individual who's commanding Central Command should be focused, if you will, on the Arabs and others in the Middle East, and that European Command could look after the Israelis. That was changed a number of years ago. That relationship has improved ever since dramatically, literally operating hand in glove when it comes to this kind of endeavor. And that's been very, very good, as it turns out, in operational terms, as we have seen with this very, very impressive 12-day campaign by Israel and also the very impressive strikes by the United States.
And there was talk of a rift between Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Trump in the weeks preceding the first Israel strikes. Do you think that rift was somehow manufactured to add a little bit more sort of a surprise element?
Not necessarily. There have been rifts between presidents of the U.S. and prime ministers of Israel as long as I can remember. There were rifts when I was the commander of Central Command, and we still had a relationship at that time, although they were not formally part of our area of responsibility. There was a rift when I was the director of the CIA, and it didn't affect the relationship with Mossad at all, nor did the rift previous to that affect the military relationship. Those have always been very, very strong, and they have clearly stayed very strong. One other point I might make about Iran sprinting to a bomb if they have some HEU left and some centrifuges that can enrich it. I don't believe that they have the capability anymore to metallize it. Esfahan, that facility, which was hit, was one of the three sites the U.S. hit. In this case, it was hit with cruise missiles launched from a submarine after Israel had already hit it very hard. That's the site where some critical parts of the enrichment process take place. They turn the uranium into something that can be actually enriched in the beginning, and then at the end of the process, if it's at weapons grade, they turn it into the kind of metal that can actually be shaped into a nuclear device. I don't think that they have that capability anymore as a result of the strikes on Esfahan, but again, that's another of the unknowns that is out there.
Sure. I mean, events move very quickly during the course of the last couple of weeks. I mean, within hours of an Iranian attack on a US military base here in the Middle East, President Trump was brokering a ceasefire with Iran. I mean, were you surprised by the pace of events? And did you think perhaps things were perhaps a little on the hasty side as far as President Trump's handling of all this?
I was a bit, to be candid, although there are, as always, elements of the decision-making process and factors that led to that aren't always clearly apparent to all the rest of us. One of those undoubtedly had to do with the opportunity for Israel to refurbish, to replenish its interceptor stocks for intercepting the Iranian missiles. Iran's missiles are dramatically reduced as a result of both their use and then a number of those that have been struck in warehouses and on launch pads, as have been their numbers of launchers. Nonetheless, that gets a bit concerning over time. You know, how many missiles and launchers does Iran have relative to how many interceptors does Israel have? And I'm sure that Israel is making the very most of this opportunity to manufacture more and more and more of those interceptors to be sure, absolutely certain, that they never run out before Iran does.
Do you ever offer any advice to the Trump administration? I mean, have you ever been asked for it? And is it at all common for a former CIA director to be asked for advice by an administration?
Well, yeah, in fact, the director of the CIA called me in a month or two ago, supposed to be 30 minutes, and I left after an hour and 20 minutes. So, sure, those who served in positions before you did often will reach out. That's customary, and it takes place. Depends, obviously, on the relationship between the incumbent and the alumnus of that position.
Okay, that's interesting to know. I mean, just sort of before we move on from the 12-day war, as it's been dubbed, some people, and we spoke to John Bolton yesterday, former US National Security Advisor, seem to suggest perhaps they could have gone further. The Israelis and the Americans could have gone further and perhaps, quote, finished the job. Do you tend to agree with John Bolton?
I was just with him yesterday, as a matter of fact. In fact, we were on stage together at Aspen Ideas. I have generally been a bit more cautious about that than he has, the possibilities for that. Certainly, there are elements within Iran that might want to break off. That's something different than regime change, but that's something we should keep an eye on. There are obviously Kurds, there are Turkmen, there are Azeris, there are Arabs, there are Baluchis, and at least 4 of those 5 are contiguous to countries or regions, in the case of Kurdish regional government, that with which they might feel more affinity than the government in Tehran. When it comes to overall regime change, however, I think that's pretty tough to envision other than from within the regime. Typically, when these situations occur, when a regime is weakened to the point that it might be overthrown, the individual or group that's on top at the end of it when the dust settles is the one that has the most effective and charismatic leader and the most guys with the most guns. And in this case, there's no real opposition leader who has emerged. If he had, he'd be in prison or dead. Although we should note that Israel did bomb the entrance of the prison that holds most of the political prisoners of Iran. But again, there's not that figure out there. There's not the kind of robust organization, weapons, and so forth that could materialize. So I'm a bit cautious about the prospects for outside overthrow of this regime. But you could always envision someone inside the regime at a reasonably high position who could say, you know, this 86 or 87-year-old guy is about to die anyway. Why don't we influence the succession process a bit here, or something along those lines. But I think we should be cautious about hopes that this might usher in an opportunity for a Jeffersonian Democrat to ride in on a white horse and take over, and recognize that all of this support for proxies and nuclear enrichment and so forth has been incredibly damaging to their country.
Sure, and President Trump himself seemed hesitant and possibly anti-regime change, a bit like what you're saying. I mean, do you think, though, at the end of the 12-day war, Iran poses less of a threat to the region and to U.S. interests than it did before the war started?
Oh, absolutely, sure. And you have to remember that over the course since 7 October, you've seen Hezbollah dramatically degraded. Its leadership not just decapitated at the very top, but decimated. Thousands of leaders had those pagers that blew up in their faces when they tried to decrypt that message that caused the explosion. And the next day, of course, their only remaining means of communication, the walkie-talkies, blew up as well. It is much, much reduced from what it was before. And because of the overthrow of the Bashar al-Assad regime, the murderous Iran ally, because he is gone to Moscow, presumably, now you have leadership in Syria, still very much an incomplete task to consolidate the control. But Syria is not an Iranian ally at this point in time and will not allow Iran, as Iran used to be able to do, to transit Syrian soil with weapons, ammunition, missiles, rockets, and the implements for making more in manufacturing facilities and bases that Iran controlled in Syria. So that's a very significant change also.
Sure.
Beyond that, Hamas obviously is dramatically degraded. That is by no means over. There's still a lot of work to do, and the three objectives that Prime Minister Netanyahu set out to achieve still have not been achieved, nor has a fourth one that I believe should be achieved, and that is to provide a better life for the Palestinian people in Gaza without Hamas in their lives. And the strategy they're employing will not achieve the first three, much less the final fourth one. And then the Shia militia in Iraq seem to be taking a knee to a degree, perhaps trying to avoid some kind of upset in the months leading up to the election there. And the Houthis seem to be a bit degraded as well. And I doubt that Iran has much to share with any of them at this point, having been so substantially degraded itself. And keep in mind, again, that Iran's air and ballistic missile defense, for all intents and purposes, has been obliterated. And that means that Israel, if it needs to, can fly at will once again above Iran, as long as it stays out of the range of the heavy machine gun air defense weapons, and inflict further damage on Iran as is necessary.
And just mentioning Syria there, as you did, I just wonder what you thought of reports that Israel could normalize ties with Syria and Lebanon. I mean, is that something you would expect to see perhaps during the months ahead?
It would be a wonderful development, I think. Lebanon clearly is still a relatively new government. The degradation of Hezbollah and reduction of its influence allowed the selection of a president after a year of wrangling, allowed the parliament to move forward, allowed the Lebanese armed forces to move into that area between the northern border of Israel and the Litani River, the area from which Hezbollah was raining down rockets on Israeli citizens, some 70 or 80,000 of whom were not able to stay in their homes for well over a year. But let's see how the political situation develops there. Likewise in Syria, I've been impressed that the leader who overthrew Bashar al-Assad, who I should acknowledge was in our detention facility in Iraq during the surge, then to be sure was with ISIS, then broke off from them, Al-Qaeda, and then broke off from them. He is saying the right things, and I think we should give him every opportunity to actually implement what it is that he has been saying, which in essence is to say that this should be a government that represents all the peoples of Syria, a country through which, as you know, many of the ethnic and sectarian and tribal fault lines of the Middle East run, and that there should indeed be majority rule, but also minority rights very clearly guarded. And I'd love to see that come about in Syria after many decades of the Assads running it as their own little fiefdom in a very, very brutal and murderous fashion.
One of the things that emerged in the run-up to the US strikes on Iran's nuclear sites was a lot of debate about whether or not the United States should get involved in what was perceived as being potentially another forever war in a faraway land. I mean, this aversion in the United States amongst the public and amongst people in President Trump's own party seems to be a legacy, doesn't it, of what happened in Iraq and Afghanistan?
Sure it does. Yeah. No, those are long wars. They were tough. We, by the way, didn't need to leave Afghanistan when we did. That was very sustainable. That was a big mistake. And I said so publicly at the time that we would come to regret it. And I hope that we have. We've plunged the country back into the kind of 7th or 8th century interpretation of ultra-conservative Islam, to the regret, I am sure, of at least 50% of the population, if not much more than that. But be that as it may, those are tough, long, hard wars. We did have Iraq in a very good position when our final combat forces left in late 2011. And tragically, the government of Iraq then pursued highly sectarian actions that undid a good bit of what it is that we all had fought together and sacrificed together to achieve. Regardless, those were tough. And I think you have lessons of the most visceral experiences that one has seen during one's lifetime. And this is a case where that is true. In fact, I wrote my PhD dissertation at Princeton on the American military and the lessons of Vietnam, another very tough war, which actually overshadowed some of what we did early on in Iraq, to its detriment, I would add as well.
Yeah, but do you think the fact that the US public is a bit war weary and they're fed up with these forever wars is the right driver to shape US foreign policy? Isn't it the wrong way round?
Well, it depends on what it is you're contemplating. I mean, Syria is not a long war for the United States. We have no boots on the ground. There's no intent to overthrow the regime, as was the explicit case in both Afghanistan, because the Taliban refused to turn over al-Qaeda. They were sheltering, and because, of course, the murderous regime of Saddam Hussein in Iraq. This is a totally different war. People should recognize that. I think President Trump has gone to some lengths to explain that, because there is a part of each party in the United States that is, again, absolutely averse to anything that would look like in Iraq or in Afghanistan again. But this is all part of understanding the domestic sources, the domestic factors that play into the determination of foreign policy, not just in the United States, but in any country.
And do you think President Trump should try to engage with Iran? Do you think the Trump administration will engage with Iran? I mean, there's talk about perhaps an Iranian delegation visiting the White House. Do you see that as likely?
Well, I think there should be some preliminaries before that happens, to be sure. But no, I think there should be engagement with Iran. It would be wonderful. Again, if the Iranian leadership could recognize how ruinous their policies have been for the people of Iran, 80% of whom presumably oppose what the regime has done and how it has gone about it. This is a country with extraordinary potential that has repeatedly failed to live up to that potential because they're too busy trying to cause mischief and problems and mayhem in other parts of the region. We should recognize, by the way, as well, that Israel is truly changed because of 10/7 in its strategic outlook. It will never again allow a threat to materialize, not just in neighboring countries, but also in the region if it has the capabilities that Iran has demonstrated. So I think absolutely they should sit down. They should absolutely give up their nuclear effort. If they want to do civilian nuclear power, we or others can provide the uranium to fuel that. But otherwise, they should have no nuclear enrichment, and the IAEA should have full rights to go anywhere at any time to verify that that establishment has been completely dismantled.
Aren't you concerned, though, that Israel has slightly overreached when you consider all of the campaigns that Israel's been involved in across the region, Yemen, Iran, Lebanon, Syria, the Palestinian territories? I mean, does that sound to you like overreach?
It sounds to me like the response of a country that has experienced the most horrible day in its entire history, the worst day for Jews since the Holocaust, the worst intelligence mistake in their entire history, and there were others, of course, the Yom Kippur War among them, the worst military readiness failure, the response was wholly inadequate, and the worst political miscalculation. And that's why I mentioned they have changed their strategic outlook, and I think that that is appropriate. Think about what took place on that day, what they experienced, the losses. Keep in mind that we lost not quite 3,000 on 9/11, the equivalent losses for us of what they sustained for their population would be over 40,000 killed and 7,000 taken hostage. So no, I don't think that that is necessarily overreach. Iran has long been at the root of all of these problems as well, with its murderous proxies. I should note that hundreds and hundreds of American soldiers were killed in Iraq by the explosively formed penetrators that the Quds Force of the Revolutionary Guards Corps provided to Iraqi Shia militia who were funded, trained, and guided by those in Tehran.
Okay, and just lastly, I mean, just to wrap up this conversation, overall, how would you rate the Trump administration on foreign policy? Does the world feel like a safer place with President Trump in the White House?
Well, I think it's still very much a work in progress. We saw an astonishing gathering of NATO leaders, for example, just last week. I don't think anyone ever could have imagined that a U.S. president could get NATO leaders to do what they did, which was to commit to not just 2% of GDP on defense, but to 3.5%. Yes, it's over a period of time, to be sure, but that is very, very encouraging. And for me in particular, having been a NATO guy, if you will, having a NATO hat position as a 1-star, 3-star, 4-star, while also having a U.S. hat, and having watched repeatedly presidents of either party in the U.S. rail at the insufficient spending on defense by Europeans, and all of a sudden you see them make that commitment. And it'll be 5% if you add in other ancillary actions and tasks that help support the movement of combat power to the Eastern Front, if you will, in Europe and so on. So I think that's very, very significant. The tariffs very much still out there waiting to be resolved. The sooner, of course, that they can be resolved, the better. The smaller that they are in general, also very much the better. That's still quite disruptive, and it creates enormous uncertainty among consumers in the United States as well as countries overseas that are dependent on trade with the United States. In the Middle East, I think, again, still very much a work in progress, but a very encouraging set of results from that particular work.
Okay, well, we've covered a number of topics. We could have covered a number more, but thank you very much in the meantime to General David Petraeus, former director of the CIA. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to Arabiya English.
Thank you, Tom.
Well, that's all we've got time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Be sure to join us again tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Till then, bye-bye. Now, it's been an eventful few weeks with hostilities between Iran and Israel. Those hostilities which saw a US strike on Iranian nuclear sites and a reciprocal attack by Iran on US military interests in the region have now come to an end following on from a ceasefire deal that was brokered by President Trump. Well, one person who's taken a close interest in Iranian affairs is John Bolton, former US ambassador to the UN and a former national security advisor to President Trump. Ambassador Bolton, thank you very much indeed for joining us from Washington, D.C. I'd like to start by asking you, what's your understanding of what's been achieved during these last 2 weeks with regards to curbing Iran's nuclear ambitions?
Well, I think the combined effect of the Israeli and U.S. strikes has been to set the program back very considerably. There's a lot of debate in Washington today about the extent of that. But, you know, Rafael Grossi, the Director General of the International Atomic Energy Agency, referred to enormous damage. I'm willing to take that. We'll find out more later, but it's a significant setback. It doesn't eliminate the program. It certainly doesn't eliminate the regime in Tehran. That's the real source of the problem. But I think this is a good start, at least.
A good start, but not obliterated. I'm not hearing you use that kind of language.
No, I don't think the evidence is there for that. As I say, we'll certainly learn more. I think Grossi's words really are a pretty good assessment at this point. The real question is, does the regime try to recreate the program? We already have indications that they've had some sites they've concealed from the International Atomic Energy Agency. No surprise there. And perhaps other activities. So I think we have to keep a very close watch on it, because the threat of Iran's possession of nuclear weapons is not just a problem for Israel, it's a global threat of nuclear proliferation.
You were calling for strikes on Iran a very long time ago. Does all of this feel a bit like a vindication?
Well, unfortunately, you know, if it had been done 20 years ago, it would have been easier and far less risky, and we wouldn't be at the brink of having a nuclear power based in Tehran. I think the world's got a lot of serious crises going on right now, the war in Ukraine, threats from China in the East and South China Sea, and obviously the incredibly difficult situation in the Middle East precipitated by the Hamas attack on Israel on October the 7th, 2023. So the real trouble here, I think, the source of it is Iran under this regime. I don't think there's a chance for lasting peace and security in the region until that regime is overthrown.
Given that this was a once-in-a-generation sort of level of hostilities, in fact, the greatest hostilities we've ever seen between Iran and Israel and the United States, I mean, and you say this is a good start, does that mean you think Israel and the United States should have gone further?
I think much more could have been done. I think it was a mistake to stop the attacks. It would have been one thing to pause them so that the battle damage assessments, as they call them, could have been refined and we could have had a better idea. Perhaps also how Iran was responding. Were they moving uranium or equipment around? Could we verify additional sites that we had not yet known? But also, I think the strikes were very destabilizing against the regime itself. We'll now wait to see if the people of Iran, who I think are very dissatisfied, we'll see if they try and take matters into their own hands here. You've seen a real decimation of the top Iranian military and Revolutionary Guard leadership. I think the regime is a lot more fragile than it appears from the outside.
Yeah, you've alluded twice already in this conversation to regime change in Iran, and President Trump has sounded rather opposed to that. Why do you think that is?
It's a mystery to me. He was opposed to it in the first term as well. Now, today, there are reports in Washington that we're offering to finance a commercial nuclear power project in Iran, which I think is madness. The regime's on its back, and this is not the time to throw them a lifeline.
Okay, and there's talk now of another Iran nuclear deal being struck. Do you think a deal should be struck with the leadership that's there in Tehran?
The only deal to strike is how to remove the nuclear capacity that they now have. You know, when we dismantled the Libyan nuclear weapons program in 2004, we packed a lot of it up and took it to Oak Ridge, Tennessee, where it currently resides. There's still space at Oak Ridge for the Iranian nuclear weapons program. That's worth negotiating. But any possession of these nuclear capabilities by this regime, I think would just risk getting us right back into the dangerous situation we've been in now for so many years.
It's been a very busy few days. We had President Trump ordering the strikes on Iran last weekend. Iran responded 2 days later. Then President Trump brokered a ceasefire. Hasn't it all been rather hasty, in your opinion?
Well, I think it has been, and I think it shows that although Trump did make the difficult decision to strike, that it wasn't part of a larger strategy. And I think that's always dangerous, because if you get into a circumstance and you don't know how it could play out or what your options are and your path to a successful conclusion, you're at risk. I think the Iranian response has been defiant. That could be pre-programmed. They're still probably assessing how badly they've been damaged. But as I say, when they're pressed like this, when they've seen their terrorist proxies around the Middle East decimated, we've seen the fall of the Assad regime in Syria, which hopefully leads to a government that is not a friend of the Iranian government. Things are moving here in a very favorable direction. And if the regime itself is in as much trouble as I think and hope that it is, there's no reason to give it a hand up.
Do you see Iran doing something else after those attacks on the military base here in the Middle East? Do you see that as a likely scenario?
Well, it would be important to watch. Will they try to resurrect the nuclear weapons program? Will they try to, again, resume substantial assistance to Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis? Do they have that capability? I suspect militarily they're in very, very difficult shape, and they've been A lot of the top leadership has been eliminated. This is when regimes start to fragment at the top, with the supreme leader who's in his mid-80s and not well and no clear succession path. I think they're in a very tricky position inside Iran, and that's where the people's pressure against the regime could really make a difference.
How likely do you see regime changes being?
Well, I don't know that it's necessarily going to come tomorrow, but the Ayatollah Khamenei is only Iran's second supreme leader since the revolution of 1979. So it's not like they've got a well-ordered constitutional process to pick a successor. And I think that's the moment when you could really see the top officials in the military, the Revolutionary Guard, and even among the Ayatollahs, you could see real fractionation of the leadership, and that's when it could begin to collapse.
Given that this issue of Iranian affairs, the Iranian nuclear program, is an issue so close to you and your career path and things you've been saying over the years, did the Trump administration reach out to you at all with regard to this?
Well, let me put it this way. I spoke to certain people in the administration. I wouldn't want to reveal their names for fear of damaging their careers with the White House. But look, I think there was a very broad consensus, certainly within the Republican Party, that striking the nuclear program was the right thing to do. Again, not just simply because of Israel, but because of the proliferation threat that Iran posed around the world.
Now, you were present, just moving on to the NATO summit last week at The Hague. You were present at the July 2018 NATO summit, at which President Trump lambasted alliance members for not spending enough. He's just got them to commit to 5% of GDP spend on defence. Do you think this NATO summit at The Hague is going to go down as having been a success?
Well, I think making the commitment is a success, although in 2014, when they made the 2% of GDP commitment, that wasn't carried through 10 years later, which was the goal. So we'll see what happens. I think it's a step that's necessary in a very dangerous and challenging world. But making the commitment is easy. Following through on it is the difficult part. Does that
summit and the unanimity we saw, this sort of the sense of harmony, does that send out a message, do you think, to the wider world, in particular to hostile powers?
Well, I certainly hope so. I mean, we still have a hot war in Ukraine because of the Russian aggression. I'm sure that China has watched very carefully what happened in the Middle East this week and watched the NATO summit. And by and large, I think they should be far more cautious in their behavior in light of this week.
Just lastly, a new label for President Trump emerged at that summit during his exchange with the NATO Secretary General, Daddy. What do you think of that?
Well, fortunately, that wasn't an American assertion that came from the Secretary General of NATO. I'm sure that'll go down as a meme in social media history, but that's not really how I think most people in the U.S. view their role in the world.
You don't look at President Trump as being a father figure?
For goodness sakes, no.
Perhaps not for the rest of the NATO alliance members either. You don't think he looks at them as sort of perhaps being, in a childhood sort of setting, in a brawl setting? That seems to be what Mark Rutte was getting at.
Right. Well, maybe he does, but I don't think the rest of us do. I think they're adults too.
All right. Well, thank you very much indeed for sharing that with us, Ambassador John Bolton. A pleasure talking to you.
Glad to be with you.
Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up on today's programme, Donald Trump and Elon Musk reignite their bitter feud, with the US president threatening to deport the tech tycoon and strip federal funds for his businesses. We ask Musk's father where he sees things heading to from here and what advice he has for his son. Plus, the Israeli foreign minister says he is interested in normalising ties with Syria and Lebanon. We ask, how significant a move would that be? Hello and welcome to the programme. The war of words between President Donald Trump and the world's richest man, Elon Musk, appears to be escalating. The former allies fell out some 3 weeks ago when Musk criticised President Trump's tax cut and spending bill, which, amongst other things, would eliminate subsidies for electric vehicle purchases. Well, those subsidies benefited Musk's EV company Tesla. Well, in his latest comments, President Trump said that Musk was upset about all of this and other things, but in a thinly veiled threat, he seemed to suggest that Musk could stand to lose a lot more than just subsidies. Well, taking to his Truth social platform, the president also said that Musk had got more subsidies than any human being in history, and that without subsidies, he'd probably have to close up shop and head back to South Africa. Well, let's take a listen now to what President Trump has been saying.
I don't know. I think we'll have to take a look. We might have to put Doge on Elon. You know what Doge is? Doge is the monster that might have to go back and eat Elon. Wouldn't that be terrible? He gets a lot of subsidies, Peter. But Elon's very upset that the EV mandate is going to be terminated. And you know what? When you look at it, not everybody wants an electric car. I don't want an electric car. I want to have maybe gasoline, maybe electric, maybe a hybrid, maybe someday a hydrogen. If you have a hydrogen car, it has one problem. It blows up, So I'm going to give that one to Peter. I'm going to let Peter test it out. The hydrogen cars, and when they blow up, it's serious.
President Trump speaking there. Well, President Trump and Elon Musk have a history of mutual provocation, and previous rows between the two men have blown over. So will this one? Or have things gone too far? Well, let's cross now to Cape Town and speak to Elon Musk's father, Errol Musk, who is a friend of the show, someone we've spoken to on a number of occasions. Mr. Musk, welcome back to Arabiya English. Great to have you with us, and thank you very much indeed for taking the time to join us. Last time we spoke was about 3 weeks ago, and that was just after the Twitter exchange between your son and President Trump. And you said at the time that you hoped that the two men would quickly draw a line under their feud. That doesn't seem to be happening. If anything, things seem to be escalating, don't they?
Well, the world is in a terrible state of flux at the moment. And I myself find it not only here in this country, but I've been overseas in the last month in 3 or 4 countries, and everywhere it seems to be that people are very confused about the way forward. I personally am very grateful that we have at least Trump and not Biden or Harris or whatever her name was in America. But I quite frankly don't quite know what to say about the things that are going on. My son is a very straightforward individual, so it's difficult not to take note of what he says, because he's not a fool. He is a very, very, how can you say, a very punctilious, or whatever the right word is, sort of person. He doesn't mess with words. He says what he means and says what he feels. So it's very difficult to ignore the things he says. As far as President Trump going against Elon, it's just so hard to understand. I can't really understand what is going on. It makes no sense to me at all.
Have you spoken to your son? I mean, how is he under the circumstances, Mr. Musk?
Well, we text each other. So at the same time, I don't like to interfere. I'm the old man, so what do I know, sort of thing. But I try to give good advice. I think it's very good for Elon's businesses to be, particularly Tesla, for example, to be distanced from politics. So in that respect, I think it's a good thing that he's thrown out of the internal arena of Trump's administration, and that he now has to get back to running businesses, which is what he's meant to do. At the same time, talking about starting a new party and all that kind of stuff, I've been watching it on British TV that 2 people want to start a new political party in England right now. Both of them have just been with the Reform Party, and now they both want to start a new party, even though Reform seems to be doing quite well. In other words, what I'm trying to say is there seems to be turmoil just about everywhere. And what the reason for the turmoil is very hard to understand. Everybody in the world is looking for a path forward to try and feel comfortable in the work that you're doing at home, wherever you are. But at the moment, things are topsy-turvy, really topsy-turvy. And one can only hope it's just, I don't know, something to do with sun flares or something like that for the moment, and hope that it will be over soon.
Okay,
I don't think that Elon differs in political opinion to Trump.
Yeah, when we spoke in June, when we spoke when the feud sort of began in the Twitter sphere, you told me you were going to be telling your son, to put a stop to this. That seemed to be your sort of fatherly advice to him.
Yes.
This feud needs to come to an end. I mean, he doesn't seem to be listening to you, does he?
Yeah. Well, it's very difficult. Human behavior, particularly when it comes to politics, is so complicated. I always use the example of, Churchill seeing England through the Second World War and then in 1945 immediately being thrown out of office. It just makes no sense at all. But all I can say is that people are at it left, right, and center, which is a good thing. Nobody's sitting back. Everybody's trying to have a say or get into the arena. So in many ways, it's probably a good thing. And probably good things will flow out of all of this. But at the moment, it's really something of what I would call turmoil. I personally don't know what to think. And I don't know what to say. I have said to Elon, please stay silent. Please don't encourage this situation. And, in return, I read that he is proposing a new political party, which, quite frankly, I find it hard to believe. I just find it too hard to believe that he would do that. I don't believe it.
Do you support your son, though, for speaking out, speaking his mind about what he believes in particular against this tax and budget bill that is really what sort of started this feud in the first place? Yeah. Or do you think he should have perhaps been a little more diplomatic and kept quiet?
Yeah. Well, of course, when you write in any business, if you're in a business and you should ever be in a board meeting with the directors, I've seen board meetings where from one side of the table, they threaten to kill the guys on the other side of the table. This is at a board meeting of a big company. I mean, people's emotions get the better of them, especially when money and progress are at stake. So it's understandable. It's just strange that it's in the public, it's in the public arena that we're seeing this, because usually, of course, one never hears about this kind of thing. In some ways, that's probably a good thing. But I have suggested to my son to, cool it, just leave, don't. I mean, I have said to him as well that in order for them to rebuild the United States, because the United States needs a lot of rebuilding, they need to spend money. It's like loaning to build a home or build a building or something. It's what you have to do. And, one looks at what you're loaning against what your assets are. And in the United States, even though the deficit is 35 trillion, the country's worth about 400 trillion or 350 to 400 trillion. So it's only 10% of your assets that you're borrowing against. So in my opinion, there's no problem with borrowing in the United States and building the country. I think it's a good thing. Elon's approach is, no, we must stop borrowing any money at all. And that's not going to help anybody. You have to spend money in order to make money.
Do you think
I don't agree with that. I
do you not think
Trump's bill?
Do you not think it would be a wise idea for you to jump on a plane and perhaps have a word with your son if your messages that you're sending by text aren't being listened to?
I've always, I've never forced them in any direction, and I've always listened to them. And as I said just now, Elon is, very, very serious person. He's not given to making crazy statements. Generally speaking, he's a very someone you can rely on if he tells you something. So I can understand the feeling that they have, that they don't want to keep on borrowing money. But at the end of the day, that's what we all do every day of our lives. We borrow money in order to move forward and turn that money into more money. That's how it works. So quite frankly, I think that there's too many emotions or something involved here. I can't quite put my finger on it all. It's very interesting, and we're all lucky to be able to see it instead of it all being behind closed doors. But, at the same time, I'm very glad that Elon is back in the field where he belongs, and that is dealing with the companies that he runs. That's what I would say. I don't know what else to say.
Do you think the tension has affected Elon personally, would you say?
Do I think?
Do you feel like the tension between your son and President Trump has affected your son personally?
Well, no. Obviously, in all human relationships, when you get too, involved with one another, you become, things do go out of hand. I mean, it's normal. It's human behavior. It's one-upmanship. I use the example, for example, of Julius Caesar. He got up one morning, went to have a coffee, went to buy the Daily Tablet, walked down to the Forum, and he's just been told he's the most popular man in the Roman Empire, and people are suggesting he should be the emperor. And he arrives in the Forum, and 5 or 6 of his friends are there, and he greets them nicely, and they walk over to him, and they all put a knife in him and kill him. That's classic. That's the classic example of politics. The assassination of Julius Caesar. I mean, it's just too weird to understand these things. You have to be in the midst of political turmoil to even have a vague grasp of what is going on. I could go on. I mean, how Napoleon was elected to be the first consul is classic. It was never intended. It was a mistake. But without digressing in that direction, all those directions, I don't know. I think that the last 6 months have probably been the most tense and complicated and involved of Elon's life, for sure. In spite of all the things he's done, politics is turmoil. And, the only thing that comes close to politics, the turmoil of politics, is the turmoil of human male-female relationships, where anything can go, anything happens, And so again, I'm just hoping that this sort of thing will calm down. And at any rate, the main thing is we can see what's going on. It's open. It's in the public arena. I think it's quite a good thing in that respect. But I'm puzzled. I'm really puzzled.
Yeah, I mean, you're not the only one, Mr. Musk. I mean, we're in a situation, aren't we, where the world's richest man is threatening the world's most powerful man, and vice versa. We've got your son threatening President Trump in a veiled way, saying he's in the Epstein files. He was saying that a couple of weeks ago. Now he's saying he's going to launch a party and perhaps threatening him there in the political field. And we've got President Trump saying, Doge is the monster that might go back and eat Elon. He's also threatened him with deportation. I mean, as a father, does it worry you that your son has angered the President of the United States, Donald Trump, who's not an entirely predictable person? Does it worry you that he's angered him to this degree?
No, it doesn't. I don't see anything like that happening. I see these people, flinging, much like they do in Parliament, flinging insults at one another, as they often used to do in the British Parliament. And, because it's like protected speech in Parliament, you sort of get away with it, or in Congress. But all I can say is tempers are flaring and everybody's determined to get their way. And in some ways, I think it's very interesting. But at the same time, it's also quite worrying. So I'd be more pleased to hear, that they make friends. They can only help each other. There's no question about it. They can only help each other by being friends. And clearly, something is bothering Elon, and it's difficult not to take notice of it because Elon is, as I say, a very practical person, and so it's difficult to simply say Elon is making a mistake. I don't know. I don't think he would be making a mistake. At the same time, I've seen. I was in politics in this country. I've seen tempers flare in, meetings inside chambers. Sometimes public, sometimes not public. Unfortunately, in the political world, tempers flare, and as I say, Julius Caesar found it out the hard way, and so, for example, and I think we are sitting here at an interesting point in time. Something good will come out of all this, I'm sure. I'm pretty sure that something good will come out of this, but we're certainly not back in the days of last year, where people in the US were despondent to the point of wondering where they should go to. They might have to leave the United States when Biden was the president because they saw their country falling to pieces. Sure. Now it's another story altogether. It's about, do we rebuild the United States or do we just let it stand as it is? Or what do we do? And so we've got a situation where we have positive people arguing with each other, not negative people, positive people, both determined to do something positive for the United States.
But not just arguing, they're threatening each other. And President Trump seemed to be toying with the idea of deporting your son. Do you think your son will be deported?
No. I can't believe that. That would be ludicrous. I mean, that's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. It's ridiculous. You can't deport somebody who's a citizen of the United States, whose children are all citizens. He's got a lot of children. His brothers and sisters are all United States citizens. I mean, that's crazy. No, you can't do that. That's a below the belt sort of thing to suggest. I can't even believe that Trump would suggest something like that. So you have to imagine, did the media come up with that? Because here we have a chance for the media to have a heyday, and pretend that this was said and that was said. I personally, I simply don't know what to say about it. I just think that it's the most important people are very important to us all, are having it out. And so we have to stand by and see how it goes. That's all. I mean, we're certainly not talking about negative people. We're talking about people with very positive agendas.
Yeah, President Trump, to answer your question where this came out, he was asked by a reporter if he had plans to deport your son, and he said, I don't know, we'll have to take a look. So he seemed to be it was a thinly veiled threat. It wasn't an overt threat. No. One of the other things that President Trump is reported to have said is to try to explain your son's behavior. He said something along the lines of, Elon is a big-time drug addict. Do you think there's any truth in that?
Drug addict? Oh, no. Elon had, in fact, last month when this came up, Elon went and had a public, he went and had himself checked out, and then they published the results. Of course, it was all zero and everything. everything, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, nothing at all, no, nothing. Elon is the last person on earth to take drugs. He can barely handle alcohol, 2 beers and he's a goner. So no, Elon is not taking drugs. That's ridiculous. But none of us are that way inclined. We're all somewhat prudish when it comes to things like that. No.
Has your son just
but again, it's a question of throwing stones at each other. They're trying to throw stones. But why? I don't know. I don't think this bill is such a big deal. I mean, you need to spend money in order to rebuild the United States. You need to spend money to make money.
Sounds like you're on President Trump's side.
I just want to say, the United States can easily afford to have a national debt of 50 trillion. Easily afford it. It is such a wealthy country. It's the first world on steroids. I just spent April in the United States. Everybody is so positive. The place is perfect from one end to the other. There's not a stone, not a blade of grass out of place. Everything is so perfect. It's hard to believe in all the places I went to, which was from California to Texas. And so the United States can easily afford to have a national debt of 50 trillion, 60 trillion. What's the difference? It's an extremely wealthy country. And they don't even know what hardship is in America. No one knows what hardship is. They have no idea. 99% of the people haven't got the faintest clue what it is to do without. And that includes some of the so-called minority communities. They're so spoiled, it's ridiculous.
Casting your mind back to when your son was much younger, did he have tumultuous relationships in his private life? Does he have a history of these sorts of flare-ups with people in his personal life, his romantic life, his business life?
Yes. No. Elon has always been a sort of Puritan. Talking about those sort of Puritan Christians or whatever you call it. He's always been a sort of Puritan. In other words, he shouldn't lie, and he's quick to judge people and things like that, without really giving it much thought. And in that respect, I've always thought, well, he'll temper that. He'll as he gets older, he'll become less Puritan and more understanding of people and the failings that people have and so on, and not be so harsh on when people don't match up to his expectations. And it doesn't seem like that's happening much. He's also been in the spotlight for 20 years where, he can barely move without somebody, saying something about it. If he so much as says he likes something simple like any sort of soft drink or anything like that, it suddenly becomes the world's national soft drink. So he has to. It's very difficult to live in when the spotlight is on you day and night, and every word you say. I mean, it was 10 years ago or 8 years ago, something like that, when I read that he has 4 times more effect on the stock market in America than Warren Buffett, and 8 times more than Bill Gates. He has some most effect on if he says anything on the stock market in America. And it's hard to live in a life to be in that sort of situation all the time, where people simply expect you to be, some sort of like God, and he's not. He's an ordinary person who's trying to figure things out all the time. And, I think there could be much more to this than just the bill, because I think, Elon is used to dealing with people in his businesses who are all sort of, AAA graduates, and all that sort of stuff. And when you get into the government, unfortunately, the people you appoint to posts around you in cabinet posts and ministerial posts and stuff like that are often not the most capable, but rather the ones that are most loyal.
Okay.
And so, whereas in business, you appoint, regardless, you appoint the most capable, regardless, because you know that the salary the person gets is going to shut them up. But in politics, in the world of, the political world, you have to appoint the people who are the most loyal to you and not the most capable. And that would probably annoy Elon no end, because he would want the most capable and not the most loyal.
Okay. I mean, just to sort of wrap things up, let me just ask you, if you'd be so kind. I mean, supposing President Trump is watching this program, what would be your message to him?
Well, listen to Elon. He's not a fool. Listen to what Elon has to say. Talk it out. Elon is not stupid. But at the same time, he's also not all-knowing. So if things are explained to Elon very, very in a way that Elon would then be able to see things differently, that's the way they should go. They shouldn't be at loggerheads. They should be able to explain it to Elon. Explain why they are doing things. Mr. Besant has said he knows about finance, and he suggests Elon should stick with rockets. Well, there's a lot of truth in that. And so they need to, these are bull elephants, all of them, bull elephants, and they simply don't operate on reason, just like in the wild. Bull elephants don't operate on reason. They operate on instinct.
Sure.
And I think that's where we are now. They're operating on instinct. And usually that produces good results. So let's see what happens. But certainly I would say to President Trump, and I don't have to tell him this, Elon is a very good person. He's a very, very good person, very, very decent, very Puritan, unfortunately, terribly Puritan, which is good and bad. And, and at the same time, Elon is young. He doesn't have the experience that I have, and that, people like Donald Trump have, who are much older and have much more experience.
Okay, in the last 10 seconds we have, a very quick message to your son.
Well, listen, and instead of talking, listen to what they have to say. Ask them to explain it to you. Ask them to explain themselves to you before you start throwing stones. Ask them to explain to you why they are doing things the way they are doing them, and you're opposed to it. Explain to them why you're opposed to it, so that at least you can come to some sort of understanding where you can move forward. And I have no doubt this will happen. I have no doubt this will, in fact, happen.
Okay, we're going to have to leave it there. We're out of time. Thank you very much indeed for your time. Really appreciate it. Errol Musk, father of Elon Musk. Thank you for joining us on Arabiya English. Well, that is it for this special edition of Global News Today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Be sure to join us again on Monday for more exclusive interviews. Until then, bye-bye.
From the White House to Gaza, Kyiv to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deep fake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Donald Trump has said he doesn't want regime change in Iran now because he doesn't want to see everything turning to chaos. I guess regime change in the region many people have a lens on that from the past with everything from, attempts with Syria, Iraq, and so on. Regime change hasn't got a good record in the Middle East, has it?
It's hard for me to assess that. First of all, I hate euphemisms. It's not regime change. You're overthrowing a government. Let's be honest. Regime change sounds so sanitary. You're engaged in the illegal, the most gross breach of the UN Charter when you carry on in this way, and we should be honest about it. It takes Kofi Annan, it took him a very long time. I think he was out of office already. Kofi Annan, again for the listeners, because time flies, he was the Secretary General of the UN during the US invasion of Iraq. And he finally came out, I think when he was already retired, and said it was an illegal war. He wouldn't say while it was actually going on.
Just difficult for him to do so.
Yeah. Well, if it's difficult for you to do so, Mahatma Gandhi famously said, the most powerful word in the English language is no. You could have just stepped down. If you stay silent, nobody is putting a gun to Mr. Kofi Annan's head. Nobody was putting a gun to the IAEA head when he stayed silent that there was no evidence that Iran was engaged in a program to build nuclear weapons. So I don't accept it was hard. You always have the option to step down and not do dirty work by your silence. You have the option. In any event, I don't like this sanitary language like regime change. You are in grotesque, brazen, outrageous breach of the UN Charter. And we should just say that out loud. It's not regime change. It's overthrowing a government. Its record, I think, do many people care that Libya was destroyed as a country? Do many people care that Syria was destroyed as a country? Do many people, people in power, do they really care that Iraq was destroyed as a country? I don't think they give a darn.
One quirky little thing, Professor, is that there's been discussion of the Nobel Peace Prize. Now, of course, Barack Obama was granted the Nobel Peace Prize quite controversially in some circles in 2009 when he became president.
It's just the wokeness.
Yeah, well, I was wondering
everyone wants to show how woke they are, and he's the grand beneficiary of wokeness.
What about Donald Trump, though? It seems he might have his eyes set on it. If he was to solve the situation, say, between Iran and Israel, or say between the Palestinians and Israel, does he deserve a Nobel Peace Prize?
Look, Henry Kissinger got a Nobel Peace Prize. Probably one of the, he's got to be up there in the top 5 mass murderers of the 20th century. Menachem Begin got a Nobel Peace Prize, a mass murderer. And you can go down the list. I've already forgotten. So
I should point out, you always give your opinion. Your opinion is pretty strong.
Well, if you ever read, for example, there's a very large book, volume by Seymour Hersh. It's called The Price of Power, Henry Kissinger and the Nixon White House. And it's about 800 pages. And I think it's accurate to describe in about each page, another 1,000 people are dead because of Kissinger. It's not fashionable anymore to say it. Professor Chomsky used to call Henry Kissinger in the 60s the doctor of death. 4 million people were killed in Southeast Asia by the United States. That's not a small number. 2 million Vietnamese. But that was a horror. That was the defining experience of an entire generation.
So the Nobel Peace Prize has no real value in your eyes?
It seems to be pretty good at pinpointing who are the main mass murderers of each generation. So I don't attach any significance to it.
is the world bowing down to Donald Trump? It seems, I mean, he was at NATO, and the NATO Secretary General, the Dutch head of NATO, current head of NATO, referred to him as daddy, coming in to solve two arguing, two fighting siblings, perhaps, with Iran and Israel. The references to him as daddy and the kind of nature and the way people are very keen to keep him happy, to assuage his concerns. Is he, I mean, is the world bowing to Donald Trump?
Look, he's an erratic figure. He's an eccentric figure. It's very difficult to... he's a narcissist, and so everything is contingent on his ego.
But with him not being a politician, some say he might actually achieve the things that the old guard might not.
I just think this is kind of ridiculous. There were obvious ways to resolve, for example, the Israel-Palestine dispute. The U.S. stood in the way. The U.S. blocked it. The U.S. went along with Israel's opposition to an independent Palestinian state. I'm talking now, the goal of an independent Palestinian state dates back, believe it or not, to the early 70s. The PLO, the Palestine Liberation Organization, had already agreed to it. There was a solution on the table for already a half century.
That's what I'm saying. It's historic, and perhaps someone who's not historically a politician might have some sway in it. You don't think? If he's a maverick they're scared of, maybe they'll have to step down and listen a little bit. I'm throwing it out there. You don't see it?
No, because Mr. Trump is not going to tell Israel to end its settlements. It's not going to tell Israel to give up control of East Jerusalem. The Palestinians might be forced to accept a rump state. That's possible. But a state that has any substance, no, I think that's good. But that's true of every administration. It was never going to happen. And I think people are Look, Trump is a menace. I'm not going to deny that. Trump is a menace. But let's remember the facts. Who presided over the genocide in Gaza? Was it Donald Trump? Where was 90% of the death and 90% of the destruction? Did that occur under Donald Trump? The assaults on academic freedom in our country, the crushing of the encampments, the threatened deportations at the time, did that occur under Donald Trump? When 3 presidents of Ivy League universities were toppled, ousted, because they were insufficiently repressive of the encampments, did that occur under Donald Trump? When Claudine Gay was removed from Harvard, when McGill was removed from the University of Pennsylvania, when Shafiq was removed from Columbia, did that occur under Donald Trump? This idea that somehow he represents a new phenomenon. Yeah, there are elements of him. You can imagine Barack Obama. He used to read the morning briefings. The intelligence community gave the morning briefings, okay? You can imagine Biden. He didn't read them because he didn't have the mental competence, but you would imagine that Tony Blinken, read them. In the Trump administration, Rubio reading them? No. Trump reading them? Forget it. So yes, there is there is, let's just call it an information gap separating Obama. I said Obama, but remember, Obama just read the briefings. Now, just as a factual matter, a historical footnote, Jimmy Carter, was breathtaking in his mastery of the facts in any situation where he commented. If you look at the record of Carter preparing for what was the original Camp David in 1977 with Anwar Sadat and Menachem Begin, his mastery of detail was breathtaking.
It's ironic he's not remembered as a good president by many Americans, isn't it?
Yeah, he actually was the most competent of the modern presidents. Him and Lyndon Johnson. Clinton was a voracious reader. He wasn't as disciplined as Carter, but he knew public policy. He had the concentration. Obama, he read the daily briefings. Obama was never interested in politics. It was just pure narcissism. That's why Obama and Trump don't get along. It's what Freud called the narcissism of small differences. They're mirror images of each other. They're both just stupendous narcissists, Obama and Trump. But Obama read the daily briefing. Trump, nothing. But there is a question. Do you prefer in that Oval Office somebody who's hyper competent or hyper incompetent? I'm not sure which I prefer. I'm sure Tony Blinken was very efficient, very competent, very knowledgeable. And you know what? He was a moral monster. So do I prefer a Trump to a Blinken? Or a Blinken to a Trump? I don't know. I don't know if I want somebody hyper competent or incompetent office. But you say it's true. Trump is so erratic that you can't really predict what he'll do. It's true.
Even he says he doesn't know what he's going to do.
Yeah, that was a very funny remark.
Will the academic world recover, Professor, from the hit it's taken that you described? It's come so heavily under attack. I think it's largely unprecedented, it seems. Do you see it recovering? And what does this do for students who look for some kind of guidance and leadership through the educational institutes?
Well, right now there is a reign of terror in the U.S. institutions of higher education, universities and colleges. There's a reign of terror. I've been reading the Harvard reports on anti-Semitism at Harvard. It's completely bogus.
Well, we talked about it before last time about the weaponization of the term.
Yeah, but if you look, the report is interminable. I'll tell you a funny story. I read the report once. It's I have it sitting right over there. I read the report once about a month and a half ago. And now I'll be speaking in New York with two people who I respect very much on July 17th, I think. And I have to reread the report. So I sit down, and it's very hot in my apartment because I don't have air conditioning. It was 100 degrees yesterday and the day before. So I'm reading the report, and the way I had organized the pages, it's not worth going into. So I'm on page 131, 132, 133, 154, and then I didn't realize I was reading it again. I had just read it the day before, but I was reading 131 again, 132. I had just, it's so boring. It's this navel gazing.
What's the ultimate goal?
What is cosmic, every thought that a Jewish student at Harvard, every thought has to be recorded for eternity. I really don't care Okay, you're smart. I get that. You're in Harvard. You're probably very smart. I'm not going to take it away. But you know what? You're 20 years old. I really don't give a flying fig what you have to say about anything. I really don't. I know there were some people who were very smart at 20. Okay, I'll grant that. I grant Bach. I would listen to his music even when he was at 6 years old. Mozart when he was 20. Okay, I'll grant that. But you know, I really don't care about every single thought about how our Harvard students feels afraid here and uncomfortable here. Guess what? 90% of humanity feels afraid and uncomfortable every minute of every day of their lives. You know, they feel hungry. They often don't have roofs over their heads. So if somebody said something at Harvard College that made you feel afraid, unwelcome, these are the words they use. We felt unwelcome, uncomfortable. We felt afraid. You know what? I don't really care.
What is the goal of all these attacks, though?
The goal is very simple. The goal is to silence any criticism of Israel. It was perfectly obvious what the goal was. Bill Ackman, who is a Harvard alumnus, he's married to an Israeli pilot from the Israeli Air Force. She's a trophy wife. If you juxtapose the two in a picture, it's not difficult to figure out what's going on. So I'm sure his wife, I don't like euphemisms, but you get the idea. She implored him and made her love conditional on him turning the screws on Harvard. So he had contributed $50 million to Harvard. He's a hedge fund manager, a billionaire, Bill Ackman. There was one person who had contributed $200 million to Harvard. Another person had contributed $300 million to Harvard. That's money. No, it's true. Harvard has an endowment of $60 billion, but it's still money. And then all the Jewish alumni put together a petition. At the last, it was a long time ago now, it was about 1,200 names. Now I'm sure it's much longer, threatening to withhold alumni contributions. So it was taking Harvard hostage. It was extortion. Either you crush the encampments or you're not getting alumni money. You're not getting alumni contributions. And then it's true, again, Trump is a menace. It's true. So when he came into office, he expanded the target. Originally, the target was the encampments, the Middle East studies programs, Harvard. There were sympathetic voices at Harvard Medical School, Harvard Divinity School, and the Harvard School of Public Health. And they came under concerted attack now because of the threats of withholding alumni money. When Trump comes in, he broadens the target to all of these woke courses, you know, in sexuality, ethnic studies, women's studies. He broadened the target because, first of all, a lot of those courses, they are garbage. You know, you have to be honest about those things. Those courses are unserious. They're just woke courses with social justice warriors carrying on like little Stalins and threatening everybody with being canceled if you don't toe the party line. So President Trump had an easy target because a lot of those courses didn't belong in a curriculum. A lot of the reading lists were ridiculous. He took advantage of it. But it didn't begin under him. And right now, it is I would say I think everybody is walking on eggshells.
But do you see any kind of backlash against the right rising? We've seen Zohran Mamdani just won the New York City Democratic primary on a socialist platform. He could become the city's first Muslim mayor. How much of a turning point is that? And what does it indicate of where things might go?
Well, I want to just, I belatedly, because I was caught up in Gaza and then I was caught up with Iran more recently. So I only belatedly got active in Mamdani's campaign. I was out there all of the week preceding. I went out every day knocking on doors and
so you're encouraged. You're encouraged.
First of all, I want to just correct you on one point. Not correct you, I want to amend what you said. Nobody, I don't think one volunteer, he had 50,000 volunteers by the end. It was 36,000, but then I started hearing a figure 50,000. Let's go 36,000 because I know that's accurate. He had at least 36,000 volunteers who knocked, the estimate is, on 1.5 million doors. It was a huge campaign. You know, for you guys in the room, to try to count to the number 1 million, if you start now and try to, it'll take you 3 weeks. Knocking on 1.5 million doors, it's a lot. You know, let's say in a building like mine, because I did it, you have to wait for somebody to let you in the building before you could start knocking on doors. You know, you could do.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
A 12-day war. This is how President Donald Trump called the first direct high-intensity conflict between Israel and Iran, the two regional powers, marking a significant escalation beyond proxy warfare. But how did it all start? And how did the direct American military intervention lead to a ceasefire and a possible return to the negotiating table? On the 13th of June, Israel launched Operation Rising Lion, a surprise multi-axis air campaign deep into Iran. An attack Israel described as preemptive, but Iran called it unprovoked. On that first day, Israel deployed nearly 200 aircrafts, targeting over 100 sites, including nuclear facilities, military bases, air defense batteries, and the Islamic Republic's Revolutionary Guards. Also, IRGC residences, high-ranking commanders, and nuclear scientists were targeted. Israel also employed secret agents and spy units it had implanted inside Iranian territory to neutralize threats and blind or even destroy Iran air defense systems. Civilians on both countries or on both sides faced displacement and casualties. The operation also included cyber attacks. After 18 hours exactly, Iran retaliated. launching Operation True Promise 3 with a massive, unprecedented, coordinated missile and drone attack. Iran reportedly launched more than 150 missiles, mostly solid fuels, the Sijil, Fateh, and Shahab and Khaybar Shekan missiles. Many of those missiles were medium range, launched from deep inside western and central Iran. Over 100 suicide drones were also used in the strikes, and the attacks, as you can see, targeted Tel Aviv, Ramat Gan, and the Bir Sheva hospital. The exchange of attacks continued between Iran and Israel for 5 days, during which Israel focused on crippling Iran's military-industrial core, particularly its nuclear and missile capability. Iran, meanwhile, emphasized on mostly psychological and symbolic retaliation targeting cities, hospitals, and military infrastructure. Israel seemed to maintain air superiority, while Iran responded with broad missile reach across Israeli territory. By day 6, things started to take a different turn. In addition to an escalation of the cyber warfare, hypersonic missiles started flying over the capital cities. On the 18th of June, when Iran launched the Fateh-1 hypersonic missile on Israel, it marked the first publicly acknowledged use of hypersonic missile by the Islamic Republic. This launch marked a major escalation in the war. Before seeing why this launch changed the course of the war, let's first have a look at the Fateh-1 hypersonic missile that was reportedly used. The missile can travel up to 13 to 15 times the speed of sound. It has mid-flight maneuverability features, also making it far more difficult to intercept than conventional ballistic or cruise missiles. Israel's Arrow 3 David Sling as well and the Iron Dome were designed primarily for ballistic or subsonic threats. The Fateh-1's unpredictable flight path also and velocity outpaced interceptors, forcing Israel to deploy multiple layers of defense per missile, straining the system. Also, it is believed to be one of the first times a hypersonic weapon had been used in an open Middle East conflict. The launch of such advanced weaponry created widespread panic as expected, Israel's public and media labeling it a red line breach and prompting calls for aggressive retaliation. Globally, the move attracted condemnation, especially from the US, the EU, and the IAEA, who also saw it as a nuclear-capable delivery system, even though conventional warheads were used in this particular strike. These Iranian missiles targeted Tel Aviv and its outskirts, namely Tahtikva, Bnei Barak, and Holon, the southern Negev region, as well as a military installation near Dimona and Haifa Bay area were impacted, killing 7 and injuring 42 due to collapsed buildings and sensory explosions. Now, Israel responded within 24 hours with airstrikes on Fateh-1 research and storage sites near Isfahan and Simnan. U.S. satellites detected 3 more hypersonic missiles loaded near Kerman, which Israeli jets promptly destroyed. Now, at this point, the war entered a new high-technology phase with cyber attacks and electromagnetic countermeasures used by both sides over the next 72 hours.
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities.
On June 21st, the U.S. entered directly into the conflict after nearly a week of mixed signals. U.S. President Donald Trump initially hesitated to commit, then issued conflicting statements, including suggesting a 2-week deliberation period. It was reported that Iran's use of hypersonic missiles plus images of impact in Tel Aviv reportedly shifted White House calculations. A closed-door NSC meeting and pressure from GOP hawks and Israel resulted in Trump's limited but firm response. The U.S. launched Operation Midnight Hammer, a direct air and cyber strikes on Iranian military and nuclear infrastructure in the early hours of June 21st. Over 140 U.S. aircraft were used, including 7 B-2 Spirit stealth bombers, 4th and 5th generation fighter jets, refueling tankers, reconnaissance and electronic warfare planes, and a guided missile submarine which launched cruise missiles. The objective was to strike Iran's nuclear sites undetected. No shots were fired at the U.S. strike package on the way in. But, however, 7 B-2 bombers flew 7,000 miles under radio silence, supported by cyber and space forces, dropping 14 massive ordnance penetrators or bunker buster bombs. Decoys, jamming, and Tomahawk missiles, also from a submarine, aided the surprise attack, and Iran's defenses did not respond. Targets included Fordow and Isfahan, with 3 nuclear facilities hit in just 25 minutes. The sites were obliterated, while Israel and IAEA sources urged caution pending a ground assessment. U.S. carriers USS Nimitz and Carl Vinson were also deployed, anticipating Iranian retaliation against U.S. forces in the region. And that is exactly what Iran did. This brings us to day 11 of the war. On the 23rd of June, Iran responded by targeting a U.S. base in Qatar, launching 14 to 19 ballistic missiles targeting the base. Qatari and U.S. air defenses successfully intercepted almost all of them, with 1 missile reportedly making impact, but causing no casualties or significant damage, according to reports. Iran is told to have provided advanced warning, ensuring the attack was calibrated and largely symbolic, according to experts. Also, at this stage, Iran's long-range missile stockpile had been severely depleted, and IRGC command hubs were under fire from Israeli drones, and Hezbollah and Shia militias faced also mounting Israeli and U.S. pressure on the northern front. This left Iran with fewer options for effective retaliation without incurring greater losses. The country needed to regroup and avoid a broader war with both Israel and the U.S. As for Israel, it had achieved most of its military goals, crippling Iran's nuclear program and degrading the IRGC. The U.S. said it wanted to prevent a regional conflict and protect its forces, and so the U.S. strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities broke Tehran's escalation calculus, made further conflict too costly, and gave all parties a clear exit ramp. It asserted American deterrence and ultimately forced a ceasefire through overwhelming strategic leverage. On June 24th, a ceasefire agreement was brokered through Qatar, and that was within 36 hours only of the American strikes. Iran halted missile attacks first, followed by Israel 12 hours later. Both sides claimed success, though Iran conceded its nuclear program suffered only short-term delays. Leaked initial intelligence report on the damage caused by the American strikes indicated that Iran's nuclear capabilities were set back merely months and not years. The 12-day war was a brief but explosive confrontation that redefined Middle Eastern deterrence, showcased next-generation warfare, and edged the region to the brink of a nuclear crisis before diplomacy pulled it back. Looking ahead, back-channel diplomacy mediated by Oman and Switzerland has reopened the door for renewed nuclear negotiations between US and Iran. What will come out as a result, we are yet to see. I'm Rawiya Alami. Thanks for watching The Pixel, only on Arabiya English.
So sorry, Tom. I'm late. I'm nearly there.
Congratulations on such an original script and such an original film. I'm always interested about what it stands for. You know, obviously children inspire that imaginative type of characters, but what was the starting point for Elio?
Yeah, at Pixar, the way we come up with movies is we ask directors to come up with ideas. And so Adrian Molina, the first director, said, what if the world's weirdest 11-year-old was accidentally abducted and mistaken as the leader of Earth in space? And then Maddie and Domi kind of went up that and said, and what if he always wanted to be abducted? And then we kind of ran with it.
I think we definitely were inspired by our own lives and our own childhoods, being the weird kid in our hometowns and like dreaming for a day where we could go to a place where we could feel like we belong.
Understood.
Yeah, I think for us it was animation school, and it was kind of like, that was kind of the metaphor that we were inspired, like for getting abducted for us, and arriving at the universe for us was like arriving at, you know, animation school or arriving at Pixar, just wanting to infuse that drive and passion into Elio in the beginning of the movie. And I think we were also just feeling, you know, after the pandemic, feeling this sense of like loneliness and isolation and disconnection that a lot of, you know, people in the world have been dealing with, and hoping that like a movie like this could inspire people to make those connections with the people around them, and to have this sense of like unity and togetherness as they watch this movie.
And find where you fit, you know, basically the film is just about discovering who you are and who best surrounds you in life, I guess.
Yeah, yeah, definitely.
Your life isn't up there, Elio. You need to make friends.
I just want to belong somewhere. So if any aliens are listening, please come and get me. Okay, bye, love you. It's really happening.
Madeleine, did you want to add?
Oh, I mean, I think, yeah, Domi covered it. It's also for us, Elio's journey isn't just about like things, you know, being easy, like all of a sudden, you know, oh, I just needed to look and there's a friend right there. He has to learn how to open himself up to making connections. Like when you first meet him, he's very closed off because at Pixar, we always like our characters to grow. So our hope too is that as a kid or adult is watching this film, that they actually get something that they could take away from it, that they might feel more likely to reach out to somebody to make a new friend, even though, you know, they might be more like Elio at the beginning of the film, where they feel kind of like, no one could ever understand me. So yeah, I think a little kid character is really really perfect for that.
We search the universe for the dreamers and stargazers like you. This is awesome! Are you gonna eat me? What? Ew. Oh, no. My name's Elio. Well, what's your name? No one's ever asked me my name before. I'm Glorden.
He's a great character. He's also very relatable. He would make a lot of people feel seen. So what do you like most about him?
I think it's just his personality traits and also just how he doesn't care about what other people think. And also this movie, with any Pixar movie, there's always like a big, I guess, what they want people to get out of this movie. And what I really want people to get out of it is just how important your family and your friends are and how important they are. And, you know, they're always going to be there for you when you need them. And if you're going through, like, grief, you lost maybe a family member, a pet at a young age, at the end of the day, everything's going to be okay. My friends need our help.
You made a friend?
Just give me a call.
You will feel my wrath. Glorden?
Hi, Dad. I'm a bargaining chip. No, say the other thing. Oh, help me, Father. Quiet, you.
What is that unholy sound? Stop!
There were so many dead. Infected and non-infected alike.
Hi, Ryan. How you doing?
Having a good time doing this together?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, man, fantastic time.
This is
Nice
our first
reunion.
Yeah, it's good.
Let's start with Alfie and the experience of doing this at such a scale.
Yeah, it's a bit exciting and nerve-wracking, but I'm enjoying it.
And I can imagine. Were you guys enjoying the process of filming it because you were kind of, shaken and stirred in the middle of nowhere with a lot of things to do?
Yeah.
It was so immersive, wasn't it? We were filming in these amazing locations.
Beautiful.
We had like a 2-week rehearsal period before we started filming, both with Danny and Alex.
Yeah, Danny has this amazing enthusiasm. It's like a childlike energy and just light up. And so,
does he give you the freedom of kind of adding to the character things that you feel are necessary, or you stick to Alex's script and then you go for it? How does it work?
I think dialogue, like I think it's like you say the written word, there's a respect for that, but
yeah,
let's do it.
Super collaborative, yeah.
Amazing.
Look at what's in front of you.
We meet these characters at a certain point of their lives, but it's the kind of character that has much more backstory than even film story. So how much do you imagine what they went through?
It's different for Spike because he's kind of grew up. He doesn't know.
He's never known life without being infected. So for him, he's got to him, it's a normal life.
But he's curious, isn't he? He feels like his parents are being dishonest, and a lot of questions that you can establish and then kind of honestly let go of, because then you're kind of dealing with the material that's in front of you.
It felt great. It felt like we had to find this world, this community. It felt very rich, like we've been there for such a time, and so yeah, it was exciting. It was exciting to do that.
Alpha. Go back to the trees.
Is it a very physical kind of performance because of the nature of them, running all the time?
Yeah, there's a tremendous amount of running in this movie.
With lots of stuff.
Well, Jodie, without giving too much away, you are also carried in the film at some point.
I am?
You're being carried.
Yes.
I am.
Yes,
I
yes.
am. Blessed. Oh my god. I don't know if we can.
You had your day off.
Yes. Poor Edwin. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's a good man. Yeah.
You know, when I look in your face, see your granddad's eyes. It's nice. Exactly.
What do you think is so fascinating about these stories? Basically, the audience seems to be so engaged into seeing them. It's a little bit like, cathartic sometimes. It's psychologically involving.
I guess, you know, anything with fear-based stories, I guess it takes you on an emotional roller coaster, or at least Danny does, I think, in this movie, because, yeah, I think it's really just trying to find the light in the darkest of times, and I think that's really relatable and interesting, but also it's complex. So I definitely want to see a big audience, you know, that, you know what I mean? Like, in
exactly.
packed cinema, this kind of movie is the movie you want to go see. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, because, you know, if I was alone in the cinema when I saw it, but I did scream a few times. So, you know, imagine being with the audience.
I know, so great.
Interactive spooking.
Yeah.
There are many kinds of death. And some are better than others.
So, Afi, were you intimidated by anyone? Ray Fiennes, perhaps, or Aaron and Jodie?
Not really. Because I got to know them. I wasn't like thrown in, and once you get to know someone, they literally felt like my mum and dad. But I was a bit nervous to like act in front of Mr. Fiennes because
I think we all were. I'll jump in with you on that one as well. I was definitely like, okay, there's a royalty in the in the acting royalty in the building.
Well, thank you so much. My time is up. It's lovely speaking to all three of you. Have a
Thanks
lovely.
for having us.
There were so many dead. Every skull is a set of thoughts. This is a monument to them.
Dr. Henry Loomis, this is Zora Bennett, our mission specialist.
Sorry, what mission? This would be a medical breakthrough that could save countless lives.
Let's start with the scope of those premieres. You've been touring quite a lot, so, you know, how big is the fan base? I mean, people are so excited about the whole Jurassic World universe.
You know what's funny is, like, I've made a few films now that have a fan base, and with this one, the fans are just normal people. They're everywhere. It's everyone, and
all ages.
And they're not a type of person. They're kids. They're adults. The whole spectrum, girls, boys, which is, you know, the appeal of it as a filmmaker is you get to play in this sandbox, and, you know, hopefully everyone's gonna, you know, notice that this film exists at some point. It felt like that the other day. We had this big, massive world premiere, and as I stepped out the car and saw all these people and the billboards and things, you go, I don't know how we got here. Like, we just, like, you just went on pure instinct, and we have this movie now, and so fingers crossed, you know, it belongs to the world now, and hopefully they're going to feel the same way.
As usual with the Jurassic Park and World universes, you know, the characters become very memorable. How important was it for you to create your own kind of canvas of characters in this one, where, you know, you're starting that whole new tradition of characters that people love with the dinosaurs?
Well, I didn't have to worry about it too much because David Koepp, who wrote the original Jurassic Park, and so basically, as I was reading this script, I was really enjoying all the interactions and all the dialogue they had between each other, and I was thinking, well, this is all working. All I have to do is bring my visual stuff, and this is going to be okay. And so, and then we cast these amazing actors as well, and suddenly you've got something quite special. And so my job was just not to screw it up, really.
If we get this DNA, millions of lives are saved.
Maybe we should make this quick, huh?
I think you did very well into balancing the visual stuff with the character integration, and I think it can be the biggest challenge of those types of, you know, big blockbuster films, that the visual effects do not overshadow or overcome it. Were you aware of it?
Normally, you don't make anything less good so that it doesn't hurt something else. You make it the best it can be, and then you have to make the other thing even better to compete with that. So the characters and the actors are so fantastic that I had to really I was trying to do the best I could to, like, I don't think there was a chance I was going to overshadow them because they were already kind of up there. So I was just trying to just make it all like feel like at the same level.
She's scared. She's scared of.
How excited were you that this kind of cast was involved? I mean, you know, from Scarlett to Mahershala, it's quite a diversified group of people that work so well together. It's like a very spicy recipe.
Yeah, you never know. You never know when you grab a group of people. They could all hate each other. And Scarlett was super smart. When we got there at the beginning and we started rehearsing and meeting each other, and then Scarlett said, "Hey, this weekend I've hired a yacht, and you're all invited. Come hang out for the weekend." And so they did. And when they came back on that Monday, it was completely different. They were all best friends. It was a lot of fun. Like, became part of that family by us filming it, and yeah, I'm gonna miss it. It's great that we've all come back together to promote the film. It feels like some old friends.
وهلا نحن مع سكارليت جوهانسون على البيج وورلد بريمير والريد كاربت بلندن لجوراسيك وورلد ريبيرث.
That there was a role in the film that I could potentially fit. They were looking for an actor roughly my age, and I was like, hello, remember me from 3 decades of trying? And so I just basically harassed Frank Marshall until he would finally take a meeting with me.
I felt an overwhelming sense of responsibility because that original movie is so beloved, and we didn't want to let anyone down. What we wanted to do was try and recapture some of the tone that we had in the original movie, but we also wanted to show a few new things. What have you not seen before?
Oh my gosh, the original is like it's like unmatched. Lost Kingdom, like it's insane. Like, you know, watching that. Even now, like being in 2025 and you see that movie, it's still just as scary. It's like, how did they do this? And I really, really, really have a feeling that this movie brings the same exact energy.
I train with fighters, but I don't do the fighting, you know, and I train really hard all year round, so I was kind of ready.
There is a raft scene which has been kind of showcased in some of the promotion, I think, and the T-Rex is involved. And just growing up, the T-Rex is like number one.
Yeah, everyone's
don't look at that dude. Run from that guy.
Yeah.
And I think as a result of that, after it was also like pretty cold in the waters that we were filming in.
Filming the raft scene that you guys are going to get to see in this movie. It is only me, by the way, who got to endure this situation. But being in Thailand, in the swamp, hip deep, what's going on down there? I couldn't tell you.
People say to me, what was Scarlett like? And I have to say to them, anything you think she's like, she's better than that. If you wish that she would be as kind and humble and generous as she is beautiful and talented at acting, then you can't even imagine. She's an amazing person.
I remember the importance of a hydrating tablet in your water. You can't just drink regular water. You need to put the hydration tablet in.
3 words? Jurassic Park Rebirth.
Gratifying, unbelievable, otherworldly,
thrilling, new, and beloved.
are some bugs in my programming. It's hardly fair to blame me for that. But one thing hasn't changed. I will do whatever it takes to protect Katie.
Girls, it's such a pleasure to talk to you. Did you know in the first one that it was going to be so popular and that there was, you know, so much more to the character that we could explore? I mean, obviously to Gemma and Megan.
Yeah, we felt like that. When it was over, I was like, oh my God, I'd be so excited to do another one.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but we didn't know that we'd be able to. You can't ever predict how it's going to go.
Mm-hmm. But I'm happy with the way that it turned out.
Yeah, me too. And long may it continue. We're going to be doing this until Gemma's like in a nursing home.
Exactly. Well, you know, she will still be very sharp and innovative with technology.
Yeah, very well taken care of. Yeah, exactly.
Mrs. Forrester, we have a problem. We're hunting an autonomous android named Amelia. She was built using your design for Megan.
How's this possible? You deleted it.
Apparently you didn't. Nothing in our arsenal can stop her. She's gone rogue, killing anyone who's contributed to her creation.
I think I did it again.
And you and Katie are next.
Obviously, Megan gets a major 2.0 upgrade in this one.
Yeah.
So how exciting is it to work also on her physicality?
Oh, it was so fun. I mean, the cool part of it was that Amy, who performs her when we're in the wide shot, really grew a lot. Oh, yeah. How great that Megan is kind of growing with Katie so that they're kind of the same height. And also there's this subtle thing that happened, which is that in the first movie between Gemma and Megan, there's like a real height difference that was interesting because the power dynamic between the two of them was not what that height difference implied. And in the second movie, they're so much closer to the same height. There's just this subtle power balance that's getting closer and closer. And, you know, if it keeps going at the same rate, you're going to shoot past me like very soon. And so is Megan. I know. Oh my God, I can't. It's probably true though.
I know how to stop Amelia. She's getting more powerful. Soon she'll be the most dangerous weapon on the planet. Put me in a body and I'll help you stop her.
You remember what happened last time. You threatened to rip out my tongue and put me in a wheelchair.
I was upset.
But did you imagine kind of the backstory that happened in between, obviously, you know, what they've lived through in the years that we haven't seen them? All of them, you know, Katie, Gemma, with Megan.
Totally. Yeah. I mean, you would have gotten to be an Aikido badass and just totally learning a martial art. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, we talked through that a lot with Gerard, and especially with regards to figuring out where the two of them were in their relationship, how close they should seem, how much tension there should be. It's just devastating that they're never like vibing.
Yeah, exactly. They're still working on it.
Yeah, it's a work in progress,
Exactly.
their relationship.
We'll get there, don't worry.
We will get there. We're committed. We're stuck with her.
You're all.
Okay, Megan, time to give you an upgrade. Anything you'd like to add?
I want to be stronger, faster. And while you're at it, make me taller. Let's get to work.
For you, Alison, being a producer on this, how much more invested you are?
Like the most I could possibly be. The only thing that would ever take me away from being involved in the minutia of the movie was having to go be Gemma somewhere or, you know, my family. But this franchise is a big, big part of my life and my time, and I'm very passionate about it. And I just really like the combination of being an actor and also doing the producing part of it.
Well, look who came out to play.
I was programmed to protect Katie. The only question is, are you going to stand in my way?
I don't care if she did kill 4 people. She is a smoking hot warrior princess.
And the final question is, do any of you have the Megan doll at home?
I don't. I have a mini one, but a life set, a big one.
Yeah, you can't see her, but she's...
A big one would be would be awesome. I mean, creepy, but cool, I guess.
I don't know that, because I have a 3.5-year-old. Like, I don't know if that's, I don't know. The other day I was in a marketing meeting that went long, and I had to, and our nanny went home, and I had to like finish the marketing meeting while Arlo was finishing his dinner, and he was watching this presentation on Zoom, and he was like, "Who is that?" And I was like, "Oh my God, this moment I've been wondering about is here." And he was like, "Is she flying?" And I was like, "Yeah, she is flying." It was very funny trying to answer who she is, and I was like, "That's who I was pretending with in New Zealand when we were in New Zealand." It was funny. We have a Funko Pop, but other than that, anything bigger, and I'd start to get nervous, I think.
I'll make you a deal. You can kill Gemma, but don't touch Katie.
Megan.
وهلا أنا اجتمعت مع توم هيدلستون ومع أيضا شويتل أجوفور للكلام عن فيلم مستوحى من رواية لستيفن كينغ The Life of Chuck.
When you look up at the night sky, it can tell you stuff about your future. It won't lie to you. It's pure that way. You might see a lot more than you wanted.
It's such a pleasure to see you, and I enjoyed the whimsical nature of this film. Was it unlike anything you'd done before? This type of storytelling, this type of story?
For me, it was completely new. I mean, it was. I was so struck with the mystery. Like I was very entertained by the script. Because I felt that it starts off with this kind of apocalyptic tale. There's a mystery in the middle of it. Obviously, the mystery of Chuck and who he is and where he is in this story and what it means and I love that kind of. I think Stephen King, he does an incredible job of pulling you in, and then just as you think, how can this possibly all resolve? It starts to resolve, and it's a beautiful sort of feeling. It's just a very rich piece of storytelling, I thought.
If you have heart, you have hope. And you have heart in you.
For you, Tom, how much was written for you about Chuck and how much was up to you to imagine in terms of backstory?
In the screenplay, obviously, I had the privilege of being able to look at the totality of his whole life and then inhabit chapters of it. Of course, none of us get to look at the totality of our lives just because we live them day to day. So I read the screenplay initially, and then I read Stephen King's short story. And there's so much detail in the story itself. Yes, he's an accountant, and he's good at maths, and that he is moderate and mild-mannered and otherwise unremarkable. But that there's this internal universe of possibility and complexity and freedom that explodes into life when he starts dancing. And that really felt like we had some authority. We had the gift of Mike's trust, actually, to come up with what that sequence should feel like, because it's kind of described by Stephen King, but it's described in shapes. The tails of his jacket go flying. He slides across the floor. How I slide, how the jacket goes flying was up to me.
Oh, amazing. You choreographed your own dance. That's
No. I must say I was ably assisted by amazing choreographers called Mandy Moore and Stephanie Powell and Jonathan Ridavi.
The world, Chuck. Everything you've ever loved. Everything you see. Every year that you live, that world will get bigger and brighter.
Although you're in different sections of the film, how much did you get involved into what the others were filming? Because the stories are intertwined, and not only yourselves with Mark Hamill, etc., the rest of the cast.
Yeah,
we had a really good chat, didn't we, before we started?
Yeah, when I first read the script, and I called Tom, and I was in New York, and you were in London, I think, and we just had a great conversation about it. We were never going to be on screen together in the film, but we talked about how it was like sort of being two painters and painting different sides of the same canvas, and And it really felt very connected, in its own way. Even though as I went to Alabama, Tom was flying out in the end. Our planes crossed over, but but it definitely felt like we were trying to explore these different sides of this film and how they connect, which is one of the mysteries of the film.
Although I won't forget, I'd been back in London about a week, and I got a text message from Chiwetel, and it was just a photograph of a street. An empty street with my face in every window.
Yes, without giving too much away.
away.
Yeah.
We were
so I was there with you.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We were shooting a certain scene and thought Tom will get a kick out of this.
Haunting you whenever he can.
You fill the whole thing. It'll be a universe.
Well, talking about the hauntings, Stephen King is quite a genius at, knowing how to write different genres of stories. What do you think it is about him, an author that kind of every type of reader can understand?
I think he's really profoundly interested in the business of being alive. It strikes me he's not afraid of any corner of what the experience of life contains. A kind of extraordinary man, extraordinary mind to be so fearless about that. Because there are, not everyone's like that. There are some places that people don't want to go. But Stephen King has this courage, I think. And what I find extraordinary about him is that even when he's going into corners that some of us might not want to go into, he's always landing on the best of us. But actually, it's the light he's interested in. And our capacity to love, our capacity to be connected to each other. Yeah, I think that's why he's such a great writer.
Wonderful.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Santiago, Chile's capital center. The city offers tourists with a bevy of museums, theaters, restaurants and bars, as well as events and entertainment. Santiago de Chile is also located at the country's center, making it a convenient springboard for when you want to explore the rest of the country. What's unique about Chile is that it allows you to ski and be on the beach at the same time. This is due to the capital's location, nearing the mountains and the Pacific Ocean too. Such a treat to be skiing nearby Andres and enjoying the beach as well. Santiago is fast growing and has about 7 million inhabitants in its metropolis. What to do in Santiago? Of course, there are the hikes and mountain climbs. The city, after all, is surrounded with many mountains for such activity. You can go for a simple day trip or try hiking up the peak and ski down too. The city is also great for wine tasting. There are many remarkable winery and vineyards around Santiago. There are also tours in English and Spanish for your convenience. You may also opt to explore the city via a walking trip. There are many parks, historical sites, and places for shopping. There are parks that give you a beautiful view of the city. Some up the mountains where they offer cable cars for you to marvel at the city below you. There are also botanical gardens, zoos, and swimming pools for the whole family to enjoy. Plaza de Armas is the main plaza, where you'll find the National Cathedral and the main post office. You may find spice and food stores around, and it's great to get to know what else they offer. Try dropping by during the day. The National Cathedral is where the beloved state of Our Lady of Mount Carmel is located. It's a breathtaking neoclassical style building, with several interesting spots and views. It houses the crypts of many bishops, has several altars, and has the tomb of statesman Diego Portales in it. Access to the cathedral is free too. For the ultimate shopping experience, visit the Mercado Central. It is the city's thriving hotspot, with stalls that sell food, especially fresh seafood. Plus, there are lots of restaurants around to choose from. Need entertainment? There are lots to see. Jazz clubs, theaters, and dance concerts are scattered throughout the city. Make sure to catch one during your visit. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World. Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Moscow. Time to visit Moscow, the heart of Russia. The city of Moscow represents both the Russia of the past and the present. It is known as the city that has inspired authors and poets for being the center of the Soviet mystery during the Cold War. Moscow has over 10 million residents, consisting of mainly ethnic Russians. It has been heralded as one of the world's most expensive cities, being an international business center. Many global corporations have set up corporate branches in Moscow. The closer to the center you stay, the more expensive accommodations in Moscow will be. If you're on a budget, it's recommended to stay outside of the city instead. The Moscow Kremlin is located in the heart of the city, making it the seat of Russia's government. Tourists in Moscow today have the privilege of seeing the architecture even back during the reign of Ivan the Terrible, such as St. Basil's Cathedral. These serve as signs of Russia's history, from how the Tsars once ruled over it as the president does today. Moscow is also home to the greatest writers of Russia. Many of them lived in the capital city, Some born there, others died there. These legendary writers all left literary masterpieces to pay homage to. Many Russian author museums can be found in Moscow that tourists will definitely appreciate. In Moscow, you'll also find the Tretyakov Gallery, which is the city's cultural treasure. It is considered the world's most important museum of Russian art, featuring the masters Repin, Vrubel, and others. There's also the Armory Museum, which features a special collection of jewels, crowns, thrones, and carriages from royal Russia. The Armory State Diamond Fund preserves these important symbols of Russia as a tsardom and an empire. Moscow is also known for its intense winter season, lasting for until April. Summers can be very hot, but still bearable. Fall begins early, making May to September a good time for a visit. A tour around the city is also possible via commute. Moscow's metro system is fast and efficient, inexpensive and easy. The metro stations are in fact attractions in themselves. That way, you get around the city in convenience and style. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.